Crazy. How many weeks have I been a teacher? 3 weeks. That was not very I didn't even take a lunch break today. I should have just went home at 12 and everybody's to replace my house. To replace my lunch. I took some grace. So I had 2 fights in my classroom since I've been a teacher. I caught them. Mexican fights I don't tend to catch, and that's because I don't know what they're saying or so I think I know that they're arguing too late. But with the black kids, I definitely get that. Small break has officially begun. Where are y'all going? It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Tennessee traffic. Asheville, Gage. Hey, going home. I didn't take a lunch. They basically was saying like like it was lunch at 12, and they was like, it's lunch at 12. I don't gotta see you back here basically if you're not, if you're done with your lesson plans. But being that I'm a new teacher, they knew my lesson plans were not gonna be done. So I didn't even take a lunch break. I just went back upstairs, finished my room, finished the training that I was on. Well, I'm almost done. I'm on human trafficking now. Doing the human trafficking training. I passed. I made a 100 on the defibrillator training. So I have that certification now. I have suicide prevention certification. I have the mandated reporter certification. Now I'm doing the human trafficking one, and then I'll get me certified after that. They told me to get some rest. And my assistant principal was like, she just loved my positivity. And she was like, your whole world could be crashing down, but you still right here smiling. And I was like, I have to. Like, ain't no sense of being mad or sad or frowning about things that I have no control over. I just have to do the things that I have control over. So the lesson plan, like teaching the class, doing the PowerPoints, the Canva, doing the labs, that's not the problem. That's not my problem. Writing, putting it on the white lesson plan paper that they want day by day by day, that's my problem. And it's not that I don't know what I want to do day by day by day, because I have that part. It's that, okay, say we have a lesson, and we're supposed to be on this lesson for 5 weeks. I need to know, okay, what I need to be doing for this day, this day, this day, to pace myself, to make sure that I'm going over the lesson the appropriate length of time that needs to be gone over, to make sure that we complete the chapter before the quarter is over. But I don't want to speed through the chapter and the children not learn nothing. So I was getting frustrated with that. And another teacher that taught them last year, she's in 6th grade now, so she teaches my daughter. She just was like, just make sure you have your hook, your bell ringers, and your, like your exit ticket, per day incorporated into the lesson plan. Even if you do like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and you just put it all on one plan. It's just like doing this day by day thing. I'm not used to that, because when I was a geometry teacher in Huntsville, the lesson plan went the week of. So like, okay, so for the week of this is what we're gonna be doing, working on. And then you do put your lessons together, your PowerPoints if you got some, your projector, the worksheets, the labs, all that. But the template they have, it's like a day by day type thing. So if we don't get done with what we were talking about, then I should continue that the next day. So that's what's like, these lesson plans is just really just stressing me out. But I'm just gonna do what I can, not get too stressed out. Then on top of that, while I was doing the human trafficking testing, I got 40 alerts back to back to back to back. Somebody in California has been trying to use my Navy Federal Bank card. So they canceled my card. I had to get another one. I have a digital card. I have to wait on the real card to come in. It's fall break. Girl, stop. So now I'm here with these yelling kids. My own. Ooh, love that. Don't you know I've been eating salads, because they have salads, available in the cafeteria every day, and they cost $4.50. and they only
Daddy
take cash.
Daddy said take me to the dollar store.
Not right now. So, but one of the teachers.
Can I go with you?
Sir, get out. I'm not going nowhere right now. Get out.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy me a toy.
You're not buying nothing. So,
I can buy
one of the teachers.
$1 of Hot Wheels.
All right, get out.
Yeah.
And it's like, girl, you better ask one of your students to get you a salad on their free lunch if they ain't eating. So now every day I have students, Miss Mayo, I'm going to get you a salad today. Miss Mayo, you want a salad? I'm going to get you one. So I get salads every day now. Maybe big salads with ham and lettuce. And I don't like those. They be in there. Carrots, tomatoes, egg. Ooh, they be so good. So yeah, I've been getting my salad in.
Yeah.
I'm trying. Be quiet. Yeah.
Coffee?
Yep.
Can I get some? Is it hot?
Oh, you can get some. Lock the door.
Lock the doors?
Go. Go, Shallow. It's locked. Here. What is it?
We're teaching math for 8th grade now. So he's leaving us and going to 8th grade.
Wow. What is this on the porch?
I don't know, some flowers.
Shallow, what is this?
Oh, I really don't know what it is.
All I
saw was Jaleel giving it.
Why?
Because you're trying to make a smoothie.
Really, Shallow?
Yeah, we were trying to make a smoothie.
You cleaned out the desks and stuff?
I did. I still got no decorating stuff. But...
Don't throw my
Here, Shallow. Take that to Daddy.
Hold up.
Shallow, take these to Daddy. Who you calling a bro? I gotta finish my training. Here. Put this in my closet, Julie. Ma'am, I'm asking you why you getting all my strawberries and didn't ask. Shallow, pick my coffee cup up.
Here.
Thank you. So you ain't gonna get up what you spilled? Look like that, and y'all do whatever. That's what it looked like. Like you just been letting y'all do whatever. I didn't come home to clean up. Not when I came home. Who took my pillow off my chair? Grab some lunch. You want some salad? I didn't take a lunch because I don't know. Like I said, I was trying to get done, which I knew I wasn't gonna be done, so I should have just went home when everybody else. Pretty much everybody went home at 12, but I stayed. But I stayed. And I need to get me another chair. I'm gonna be like Cassinet and keep my old chair to keep me humble. But baby, I need a new chair because this chair has no cushion in it no more. Both the arms broke off. My little pink chair done had. The Barbie girl Tina need to give me hers. She don't be on live. Send me that chair, girl. Let me read it. Yeah, ChatGPT. I do use that C level. That's not the problem. I have the lesson plans. I have the lessons, the labs, the worksheets, the PowerPoints. Like all of that is when I say I'm in this 8th grade group, this 8th grade all across Tennessee. The teachers got their lesson plans in there. They got their PowerPoints in there. They got the labs in there. It's there. That's not the problem. It's me formatting and putting it on the white paper for today. We're gonna do this today. It's because I don't know. Like I said, I don't want to be spending too much time on stuff. I'm just gonna quit overthinking it, and I'm just gonna put the shit on paper, and it's just gonna be there. Because first of all, on the 15th, 16th, and 17th, I have training with hang up, little place. Call you from this phone. Hey. Yes.
Talking about the things you were talking about. CB is in the chat, and I'm just requesting an extra prayer and strength for them because they're up there in the Asheville area. That person was speaking to you in the chat, and I know you're a little behind on the comments. But just if you could take just a quick moment to send out a prayer and some extra strength for CB and their family up in there, going through the remains of the hurricane.
I see it now. I do see it.
Okay.
Okay. It's okay. You didn't interrupt. Hey, CB, prayers to you and your family. We're going to say a prayer for everyone in North Carolina.
Okay, I'm going to get off.
Okay. Okay. You're welcome.
Okay, see ya.
See ya. Dear Jehovah, God, we come to you and ask for prayer and covering over everyone that has been affected by the hurricane in North Carolina and all the surrounding areas, Lord. Let the communities come together, Lord, like we know we can. I don't know what's going on, with the government. We're not going to worry about that because we know that if we believe and trust in you, that you are going to make everything okay. I know things may not look good and look, like they're going to be okay, but I know that when you have faith in you, that things turn out the way that they are supposed to turn out. So we're just going to say a deep prayer for those affected by the hurricane and that they get to, safe areas with family and that they don't worry about the material things that right now they just focus on that, they have their lives and, those material things can be rebuilt, they can be replaced. And if there's anything that I can do with my purpose, God, allow me to help in any areas that I can. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Oh, CB. Yes, please don't give up. And yes, extra prayers to CB. Yes, yes, yes. Is there anything like that we could do, CB? Like, just tell me anything. Oh, CB. I can only imagine, just like with Hurricane Katrina, we know they're not telling us. We know. And that's why we need people like you who are there to let us know, what's going on so we can put the word out. Prayers to CB's family and anyone that is affected by this hurricane and feeling like lost and like there's no one there, no one's coming to help us. We had a tornado here.
You know that.
What?
You couldn't really. Oh, that must not be good. Hey. Not the way.
Right. No to the Red Cross. What you mean? What you mean no to the Red Cross? Well, we surely know the government is not doing anything. They've already called out Scamala. We don't know where lied in it. Somewhere in a grave. Like, Hurricane Kamala drops in the polls. Like, how you gonna offer $750 to hurricane victims, but you sending billions to Ukraine? Like, I'm just so sick of these people. I'm just so sick of these people and these frauds. And God is exposing these people, and He is sending His Son back. These people are just frauds. Yes, tell the people that they can come and use my platform. I need to start doing the live together feature if people want to come up and speak what's going on in their communities. This is, I want to show y'all this. Let me show y'all this. So I'm gonna have to finish my training. They just told me to give me some rest, so that's what I plan on doing. But I do want to at least finish the mandatory training that we're supposed to have done.
I'm hearing myself twice. I had to cut off my volume. I don't think her phone numbers are because of how she's handling this Hurricane Helene situation. I believe that it's because of how J.D. Vance mopped the floor with Tim Walz, even when they try to have the moderators jump
what kind certain your location so we can try our best to help.
Right,
what kind of formula? See, I breastfed.
J.D. Vance handled it like a pro. He handled it like a pro.
Okay.
Oh my gracious. At first, I was like, man, did they pick out the right one? Because
where does it need to be sent, CB?
I probably wanted him because he was black. I'm still stuck in my literal mind mode. In my literal mind, the teacher said, on the side.
Where I got a sneaker at?
Throw this one. It's not happening.
Yeah.
Not at all, brother. Not this year. It's not happening this year. At all. Let you know that right now. Right now. Okay? Because I'm part of the problem. And for all the people, listen, I apologize to you. I'm part of the reason why Biden is in office. I'm part of the reason
I
why
voted for that
dealing with this whole Kamala thing right now. I'm so serious, man. Because we was taught to vote
No, I'm on my phone right now. She's not getting nothing. Y'all go get them phones y'all had. No, he don't.
Call his people and say that not to go along with the border bill, then everything will be fine, everything will be beautiful. Well, that's a complete lie. That's what these politicians do. They lie by omission. The border bill was for $118 billion. $61.4 billion of those dollars went to Ukraine. 12%, another 12% of that, and that's 52%. Another 12% of that border bill went to Israel, and another 11% was supposed to be for the actual border.
And
That
that's why
little bit
Trump
of
was
percent
against
supposed to be
it.
for the border, but they claim that this
Get one
entire
out of my
thing
bag,
was
you
a
know
border
you
bill.
missing.
Bullshit.
The
on
bottom of my
See, when
bag,
you
because it's cold and I
on
want
bad
it.
faith like that, oh, it's gonna catch up with you. And that's exactly what's happening right now. I got a couple of videos I'm gonna share with you guys at the moment. We're gonna have
At
an
the bottom
awesome
zipper
time
of
in
my
this, in
bag,
this
Janelle, the
conversation. But I want
bottom.
to say first, may God bless and cover and protect those victims out there from the Hurricane Helene victims. May God
I had
bless
to go.
and cover
Teachers
them.
had to be
They
there.
are speaking out. They are crying out all over the internet.
Girl, I had to do my class. I had to do lesson plans. I had to just be there.
Are inhumane, and I believe that's happening because I'm from a red state.
Would have been woke. You could have went.
I believe if it was in a black state, it wouldn't be happening. I believe it was all black people in order for them to show
I have to be there till 9.
For the blacks. We
Put my
for the
stuff in the
blacks.
freezer.
We love the blacks. We gotta make sure we get out there and protect the blacks. They
You
will
can
get out
get
there
one.
and protect the blacks.
Put them in the freezer.
All right, y'all. Let me know whatever y'all want me to know in the comments, man. We about to get it popping. I love y'all, man. Thank you so much again for pulling up. Let's go and get into it. Y'all already know how this is, man. My live streams.
My chips over one of my students.
They can get a little crazy, but please,
yesterday, she said,
if you might hear some verbiage that you shouldn't hear, but we're all adults. Okay? We're all adults. We will be fine. First up,
oh, this is.
To say. Y'all listen to me.
Hold it down like that.
Why did you take my stuff off? Here, put it down.
Young black boys, mostly from single mother households, who want to be rappers and pay them millions of dollars to make music geared to destroying the black communities. I will make young black women become dependent on government assistance, but only if there's no father in the home. I will dump drugs into poor black communities, incentivize them to sell it and use it to cope with their problems, then put them in prison. I would turn black women against black men, making them disrespect them and hate them. I will use black celebrities, daytime TV, magazines, and the media to help push this. I will then poison their food and make it cheap so that poor blacks can afford to buy it, which will slowly kill them all. Then I'll implement liberal politicians and celebrities. They'll sell them truthful sounding lies. They'll pretend to relate to them. They'll make them think that Republicans are only for the rich and we're for the poor. Even though we live in big houses and safe neighborhoods far away from you poor blacks. And for my final trick, I'll cut them off at the source. I'll stop them from reproducing. I'll make abortion their get out of jail free card. I won't even have to kill black people. I'll just stop them from ever being born. And I'll make sure black women have abortions at a much higher rate than white women. They'll never suspect a thing because we'll make up some catchy slogan, something like, my body, my choice. Yeah, that'll get them. We'll keep them broke, emotional, childless, and fatherless.
Yep.
And the best part is they'll still vote for us.
Right. Right. That if that wasn't something to listen to, we're going to hear that again because I was talking. And I feel bad, but he described the Democrats to a T. And now people are just brainwashed and need to wake up. Democrats want your girls with top testosterone fighting all the boys in school. That's why I was 2 fights in my school since I've been a teacher. 2 fights in my classroom alone with the Mexican kids, the illegals. And I'm not going to call them illegals because they here legally, but I'm just saying they probably came here illegally and being treated like legals because that's just what happens. They get all the good treatment while we suffer. But yeah, we definitely finna listen to this because they want to give y'all $750. What an insult. But they want to give illegals $1,500 in New York and sending billions to Ukraine and all these other places. Let's hear this for the people in the back one more time.
Racists that hated black people. This is what I would do. I would handpick young black boys, mostly from single mother households, who want to be rappers and pay them millions of dollars to make music geared to destroying the black communities. I would make young black women become dependent on government assistance, but only if there's no father in the home. I would dump drugs into poor black communities, incentivize them to sell it and use it to cope with their problems, then put them in prison. I would turn black women against black men, making them disrespect them and hate them. I will use black celebrities, daytime TV, magazines, and media to help help push this. I would then poison their food and make it cheap so that poor blacks can afford to buy it, which will slowly kill them all. They'll now implement liberal politicians and celebrities. They'll sell them truthful sounding lies. They'll pretend to relate to them. They'll make them think that Republicans are only for the rich and we're for the poor. Even though we live in big houses and safe neighborhoods far away from you poor blacks. And for my final trick, I'll cut them off at the source. I'll stop them from reproducing. I'll make abortion their get out of jail free card. I won't even have to kill black people. I'll just stop them from ever being born. And I'll make sure black women have abortions at a much higher rate than white women. They'll never suspect a thing because we'll make up some catchy slogan, something like, my body, my choice. Yeah, that'll get them. We'll keep them broke, emotional, childless, and fatherless. And the best part is they'll still vote for us. I feel bad when I just now saw this video because he described the Democrats to a T. And the end of it, he said, the best part is they'll still vote for us. Idiot, 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 idiot. We bury our head in the sand believing that people will take care of us, that the government will take care of us. As long as we hold them to account, like, you make sure you're going to
Why you don't want to see this first?
You said you're going to do this. Okay, I'm going to vote for you. And then they never do what they say they're going to do.
Nothing.
They claim to love everybody, but their only focus is to unalive babies.
Yep. Yep.
That's what they're running off of. Unalive babies. All right? That's what they're running off of. And we continue to.
They gave all the FEMA money to the illegals in Ukraine, and now our people, thousands of people, millions of people are suffering and not getting any help right here in the United States.
By security when he went to.
It said FEMA stands for Federals Exterminating Many Americans. I believe it. Yep. Federals exterminating many Americans because FEMA not doing nothing for nobody. Somebody said Kamala is actually Agenda 2030. Wake up, people. That's fact. And if you think I'm a lie, prove me wrong. Right. We already know communist, Marxist. Y'all better go watch Handmaid's Tale. I'm trying to tell y'all. Y'all think that's what Trump trying to do. No, 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 no. That's what the Democrats are doing.
See you in.
So y'all money.
And he was paying attention to the columnist Paul Krugman and some others on the panel talking about the economy and how they was going to step up their stocks and all this other stuff that don't matter to anything. This guy got up and he spoke up for the victims of Hurricane Helene. Listen to what he says. This is what you call scorched earth. This guy went scorched earth on these folks. I need y'all to hear it. I'm not going to cut it off. We are getting into it.
Oh, CB, baby, you gotta go check out my videos on Planned Parenthood. I done the whole videos on them. I already know. Yep, Margaret Sanger definitely was racist, just like the Proctor family, which was the Gambles, Johnson and Johnson. That's why all our babies got cancer from these powders and lotions that we've been using. They know what they was doing. The same people that's over the world is over education. It's over the way if you have your baby, like they control everything. So yeah, pretty much the same people that want to exterminate blacks is over the education system. So what you thinking they teaching education?
Mama, what kind of car can I get?
You don't have enough money. You need to just go play the game.
Well, I don't have no car.
You can't get in one of them. Try it. Nope. Don't got enough.
No.
Hold up. Let me see. All right, y'all.
Other people have cars.
In a while, and I'm going to make it up to you on this one right here. I promise you.
No ball prize spending economist here to tell us how great the economy is. I certainly wonder how the residents of Asheville, North Carolina must be feeling right now with no access to power or water or communication with the outside world. I wonder how enthusiastic they are about the economy right now. I wonder how enthusiastic the residents of the South Bronx must be feeling about the economy. Hey, maybe North Carolina should rename itself Israel so it'll get $20 billion in aid. Or maybe Ukraine, so it can get $300 billion in aid. Maybe the South Bronx should do the same thing. I mean, I'm sure the economy is great for smug liberals like yourself who make $5 million and are worth $5 billion. I'm sure the economy must be great for all you smug journalists, economists. All of you must be having a great time with the economy when most people can't even pay basic necessities for people who are getting evicted because they can't pay their rent. Because over in the South Bronx, just a few miles away from here, there are portions of buildings that are literally collapsing. And I'm supposed to give a shit about the stock market.
I'm glad you have power and water, CB.
Right now, because our money is being sent to Israel.
If I didn't do what I did as far as getting this teaching job, we probably would be homeless too.
And children. You think that's a great economy? I'm sure Israel, with their free healthcare, is having a great time with American taxpayer money. Hey, is anybody here going to talk about the fact that
we all without love,
with
like,
Iran in a few days?
well, God will restore.
Focus on the S&P 500. That what actually matters. The S&P 500, when most people may not even be alive here in a few days, just because we're on the verge of nuclear war. Hey, listen to me, Mr. Crutman. Your degree is worthless. You might as well use it as paperweight because it means nothing. I hope you enjoy the dead children that the economy is powering. Our economy is definitely very powerful right now. All that stock market money goes to the military complex. More innocent women and children are dead. With the New York Times, the liberal apologist for war and genocide. You all fucking suck. People need to wake up.
They're trying to put him out.
We can work with China. We can work with Russia. We don't need to start war with Iran. All right. We're good.
Shout out to Jose Vega.
Shout out to him.
Shout out to that brother. Jose Vega, you are the real MVP, bro. You are. That people are coming to forefront and they're speaking out, man.
Listen to this. I used to think Republicans were racist too.
The very first Republican who I have ever voted for in my life.
Yeah.
I voted for him for the first time in 2020. Before that, I voted Barack Obama twice. Yeah. And I voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. And the only reason I voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016 was because I believe that Donald Trump was a racist. And I also thought that the majority of Republicans and the people who were voting for him were also racist. Then in 2016 hit and he won. I was so disappointed. I told my sister, I cannot believe that the country that just elected our first Black president turned around and elected this man. Then my sister told me, just because people have voted for Donald Trump does not mean that they are racist. I told her, yes, it does. It absolutely means they're racist because that's what I thought. Then I saw him as president and I thought that he was a good leader. I think he did a good job aside from all his mean tweets. So in 2020, I voted for him. And in 2020, I was literally undecided until that third debate with Donald Trump and Joe Biden. I saw Joe Biden get on stage, talk about all the wonderful things that he was going to do should he take office. Then Donald Trump said the same thing to him that we saw him say to Kamala Harris. If you were going to do those things, why haven't you done them? And in Joe Biden's case, he had been Barack Obama's VP for 8 years. And in addition to that, he had also been a senator. So around that time, he had about 40 years in office under his belt. When Donald Trump asked him that question, that struck out to me that why didn't you do all these things in 40 years?
Why didn't you?
Then Joe Biden answered that question with an excuse and said the reason he didn't do it was because of the Republicans in Congress. Said also because he was the vice president. And I was thinking, so the Republicans in Congress stopped you from doing all this in 40 years? You couldn't get any of this done in 40 years? That struck out to me. And that made me vote for Donald Trump in 2020. And I remember when I was actually on my way to vote for Donald Trump, my husband and I were in the car riding together. We started talking about the election and who we're voting for. He was voting for Biden. I told him I was voting for Donald Trump. He immediately turned the car around and drove back home, would not take me to the poll to vote for
Wow.
Donald Trump.
Wow.
So we went back home, and I returned to the poll later to vote for Donald Trump. Then we all lived under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in office. My husband got to see firsthand the incompetence of this administration. And now not only am I a Trump supporter, he is too. And I've also learned one
My
thing
babe
about
can't
Donald
vote,
Trump
but
supporters and
if he
Republicans in
could,
general.
I think I
See,
know
it
who
used
he
to
would
be,
vote for.
I thought they were intolerant. I thought they were the ones who were racist and closed-minded. But it turns out it was the other way around. Because when I was in 2016 voting for Hillary Clinton,
Right, please tell us the churches, CB.
Then. The majority of the people I was working with were Republican. They had no problem with me saying that I was supporting Hillary Clinton. They had absolutely no problem with it. Not one of those people tried to change my mind. Not one of those people treated me any differently because I thought differently than them. But the minute you turn away from that and say, you know what, I don't agree with that anymore. I don't agree with what the Democratic Party is doing anymore. I don't stand for that anymore. The minute you do that, the Democrats have a problem with it. But they're the ones preaching tolerance. They're the ones preaching acceptance. They're the ones talking about the hatred on the other side, when really the hatred is on their side.
They're the ones preaching intolerance. They're the ones preaching acceptance. And they're the ones talking about Republicans are the ones filled with hatred. But yet, whenever you try to use your mind, become a thinking person, and try to connect the X's and O's, guess what? Oh, you a sellout. You must hate black people. You don't like us, huh? You want us to lose. You want us to die. You believe Jim Crow was a great time. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Her husband was so gung-ho to vote blue that on their way to the polls, she said she was going to vote for Trump. He turned around and drove her back home. He said, no, I ain't taking you there. He ended up driving back to the poll herself to vote for Trump. But then her husband saw the Biden-Kamala administration, and guess what? Now he's voting for Trump.
Did you find your
Now he's voting for Trump. They keep on trying to act like illegal immigration is where it is right now because of Trump. Bitch. Listen to what he has to say.
Handpick young black boys, mostly from single pieces that hated black people. This is what I would do. I would handpick young black boys, mostly from single mother households who want to be rappers, and pay them millions of dollars to make music geared to destroying the black communities. I would make young black women become dependent on government assistance, but only if there's no father in the home. I would dump drugs into poor black communities, incentivize them to sell it and use it to cope with their problems, then put them in prison. I would turn black women against black men, making them disrespect them and hate them. I would use black celebrities, daytime TV, magazines, and the media to help push this. I would then poison their food and make it cheap, so that poor blacks can afford to buy it, which will slowly kill them all. Then I'll implement liberal politicians and celebrities. They'll sell them truthful sounding lies. They'll pretend to relate to them. They'll make them think that Republicans are only for the rich and we're for the poor. Even though we live in big houses and safe neighborhoods far away from you poor blacks. And for my final trick, I'll cut them off at the source. I'll stop them from reproducing. I'll make abortion their get out of jail free card. I won't even have to kill black people. I'll just stop them from ever being born. And I'll make sure black women have abortions at a much higher rate than white women. They'll never suspect a thing because we'll make up some catchy slogan, something like, my body, my choice.
Yeah, that's it.
We'll keep them broke, emotional, childless, and fatherless. And the best part is they'll still vote.
Like, are you kidding me?
I don't know how to get it, bro.
I feel bad.
I can just share the video with you and you can just go to a timestamp.
Oh, okay.
And then this lady, I want you to hear what she said because it was funny what she said about her husband.
That the country that just elected our first black president who I have ever voted for in my life. I voted for him for the first time in 20.
People are coming to support him.
Look at who I have ever voted for in my life. I voted for him for the first time in 2020. Before that, I voted Barack Obama twice, and I voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. And the only reason I voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016 was because I believe that Donald Trump was a racist. And I also thought that the majority of Republicans and the people who were voting
I don't
for
want
him
that changing here,
were
ma'am.
also
Take it back to the bucket.
And he won.
No, you're not.
Disappointed.
You're finna get it out of here.
Sister, I cannot believe that the country that just elected our first black president turned around and elected this man. Then my sister told me, just because people have voted for Donald Trump does not mean that they are racist. I told her, yes, it does. It absolutely means they're racist, because that's what I thought. Then I saw him as president, and I thought that he was a good leader. I think he did a good job, aside from all his mean tweets. So in 2020, I voted for him. And in 2020, I was literally undecided until that third debate with Donald Trump and Joe Biden. I saw Joe Biden get on stage, talk about all the wonderful things that he was going to do should he take office. Then Donald Trump said the same thing to him that we saw him say to Kamala Harris. If you were going to do those things, why haven't you done it? And Joe Biden's had been Barack Obama's VP for 8 years.
Okay.
And in addition to that, he had also been a senator.
Should have stayed in school.
So around that time, he had about 40 years in office under his belt. When Donald Trump asked him that question, that struck out to me that
Joe Biden been in office for 40 years.
In 40 years. Then Joe Biden answered that question with an excuse and said the reason he didn't do it was because of the Republicans in Congress, and also because he was the vice president. And I was thinking, so the Republicans in Congress stopped you from doing all this in 40 years? You didn't do any of this
40
done
years.
In 40 years? That struck out to me. And that made me vote for Donald Trump in 2020. And I remember when I was actually on my way to vote for Donald Trump, my husband and I were in the car riding together. We started talking about the election and who we're voting for. He was voting for Biden. I told him I was voting for Donald Trump. He immediately turned the car around and drove back home. Would not take me to the poll to vote for Donald Trump.
Wow.
So we went back home and I returned to the poll later to vote for Donald Trump. Then we all lived under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in office. My husband got to see firsthand the incompetence of this administration. And now not only am I a Trump supporter, he is too. And I've also learned one thing about Donald Trump supporters and Republicans in general. See, it used to be, I thought they were intolerant. I thought they were the ones who were racist and closed-minded. But it turns out it was the other way around. Because when I was in 2016 voting for Hillary Clinton, I was working in a small office then. The majority of the people I was working with were Republican. They had no problem with me saying that I was supporting Hillary Clinton.
Right. So why are the Democrats now?
Bankers be just.
One of those
I mean, I'm like.
changed my mind.
I'm like,
Cool Mayo, Candace Mayo.
Because I thought differently from them. But the minute you turn
Johnson
around
Owens.
and say, you know what? I don't agree with that anymore.
Don't give
I don't agree with
I
don't
what
have
the
a
Democratic
robot.
Party is doing anymore.
Come on, be in
I
that.
don't stand for that anymore.
Yeah, no.
The minute you do that,
I'm on my
the
phone.
Democrats have a problem with it. But they're the ones preaching tolerance. They're the ones preaching acceptance. They're the ones talking about the hatred on the other side, when really the hatred is on their side.
God, my banker, the way she talks. What I feel.
Right.
You might not like it's the truth.
Right.
But I won't say what really is going on.
Right.
And you can like it or love it. Because
Yeah.
I can't change everything, but it's a financial system anyway. But at least he's gonna be honest about it. They got an agenda.
Right.
Republicans got one agenda to make you a taxpayer.
Yeah.
That means get you money in your pocket so you can pay taxes. Democrats want to just control you and your vote and suppress you. Republicans ain't have time for that. They're all about wealth. If you get more money, you can make our big corporations have more money.
Right.
So we're gonna put the money in your pocket the right way.
Right.
Ooh,
But these
Lord.
ones, if you ever get a chance to watch Candace
I watch
Owens,
all the time. But I never go to this.
honey, you go here, live, because look at this. Don't she look just like that lady?
I know.
Don't she look just like that Irish woman? Her grandmama.
If she said one more time about that story about she lived down the street from somebody.
Oh, Lord, if she said that one more time.
It's like, can you answer the question and leave that alone? Dang, what's that? That's like saying, I could say, oh, yeah, I live down the street from somebody.
Oh, wait a minute. Look.
Shit.
So she made two versions of her book. One version got, these black people in it, that she claiming to be her
It's just
people.
not
But
her
when she came
childhood.
out with the book 5 months later to make it more kid-friendly per se, ain't none of these black people in the book.
No I heard about that.
And then her uncle called Candace, talked to Candace. She's not no black. This the uncle of the daddy. Yeah, This damn turnip green story, girl. You go on.
Here it
no,
is.
we ain't clean no damn turnip greens in no damn tube.
They said that about she got in the middle of the night when she
And I am not lying to you
decided to
that
let her
I
do it.
would
She went
make
and
so
put the
many
pot
greens
on
that I
in the
need to
middle of the
wash
night.
them in the bathtub.
Hot roll.
It was something like
This how she talk about these turnip greens in the tub. Wait a minute.
That I would make the greens for a party every year. And I am not lying to you that I would make so many greens that I'd need to wash them in the bathtub. I'm telling you the truth.
She ain't watched no damn word in no bathtub.
Bacon.
She ain't even
bacon. Talking about she put the bacon.
It's fat bacon.
Talking about first she gonna say I brown like she browned in the bacon.
My garlic.
What? Listen. Chop up the bacon, get all that fat going.
It's not bacon, it's fat back.
Some chili peppers.
Why are we getting fat going for the turnip greens?
Chicken stock, and I let
That's
it go
gonna
for a
boil
while
with the fat back and all that
before
in
I
it.
put the greens in. And then, right, so you get that going. And
They're like, girl, you know you lying, but we gonna
do a couple hours. Then I do vinegar, and then I cheat and do a little Tabasco. Yeah, but Tabasco, well, like I like Louisiana hot sauce, but Tabasco has that right amount of vinegar. Yeah, and
she lost me at the bath too. What? She lost me at the bath too.
But when you said bacon,
another event, take a listen.
Right, like, look, listen.
So I know how to make a mean pot of greens. In fact, people used to ask me to make greens for them for Christmas. One year, I had so many that I had to wash that we ended up washing them in the bathtub. So I am not playing around.
Kamala.
Black America, listen to me. I'm speaking directly to you because I am not playing around either. If I catch you voting for this woman, I'm going to haunt you. I'm going to haunt you in your dreams. There will be nowhere that you can go where I will not haunt you. This is just, we have to come together. At some point in society, we have to come together to declare this unacceptable. Like, I don't care where you sit on the spectrum. This is the most not okay thing that I have ever seen in the history of politics.
She just
this is how
this person right here that she talking about is her grandma Beryl.
Oh, yeah.
This lady is still alive in Jamaica and is a damn servant.
I seen that, yeah.
She was too old when they had the freak slaves, so she stayed.
They had 3 children before.
I remember that. I listened to the whole thing.
And then, wait a minute, where is the one where where she, okay, so what started was, first of all, she should never came for Janet Jackson. That's what they got.
Yeah. Janet said, hey, I just
heard her damn alive.
Yeah, I heard.
So she went on all the smoke. Listen, this was gonna, girl, if you don't go on,
I never heard him until I saw that interview.
Kwame Brown fake ass was on there.
Oh, he was? Oh, okay. I never seen him got for it. And she was on there still talking about them saying she cut her story a little short.
I don't listen to it. Also, now you don't listen to
it. I care about who I am, and if anybody else is not, they need to go through their own level of therapy. That's not my issue. My mother was very clear. She was raising 2 black girls.
Really, as an Indian?
Proud black woman. And that was...
But you were proud Indian a minute ago.
You was the first Asian descent, Southern Asian descent.
Son.
She's talking.
Not most.
No, she's talking about.
We want to talk about it. And I say, okay, if you want to have this conversation, I'm prepared to have it, but sit down and get comfortable for a few
With them same earrings in that the people telling you what to say. Yeah, that's them same ones. Candace, did you peep it? Those are those earrings from the debate.
Somebody else already did. I don't know if she did it though.
From the debate though, these are the same ones. Somebody else is in her ear now telling her what to say.
And when she started talking about that story, she cut it short. They both said, stop.
Girl, stop it. We don't want to hear about the middle age. Your mama bought a house. We don't care in Canada. She's girl in Canada. She didn't buy a house in America.
I don't like the way she patronized the black folks with all this collard green talk.
So we just need therapy.
Yeah, talk to us like we get money.
So
don't
she
talk to us
just
like
doesn't
we
answer
broke.
the question at all. Right, so before we had her.
So now she won
being
being
black. Now all of a sudden she's not.
But this whole black ass grandmama you trying to talk about, she definitely more than 1/8.
She's pulling this Freudian technique.
She definitely is more than 1/8. But this grandmama, wait a minute, we know it ain't. We know. The uncle said Vioris.
My grandma wouldn't be alive. That woman's somebody else.
Oh, just like when she did that debate with Joe Biden in 2020 before he made her his vice president, when she was talking about, I was that girl in 2nd grade that was the 2nd class being bused. Like she was part of segregation. Girl, segregation was in 40s. You was born in 64. Like, stop with your damn lies.
I was born in 69, so she not that far from me. So only you 5 years older than me. Ain't no way. We were all just, everybody was
California had a certain community where it wasn't segregated yet. So she was the 2nd class for that. But segregation, girl, had been done. Quit talking. She trying to make it like Joe Biden, like she was Ruby Bridges. Girl, you was not Ruby Bridges. Yes. Oh, I just hate her ways.
I know she was.
I gotta say ways. I can't say hate her.
She would just stick with who she is.
This don't look like a loving. If my taking a picture with my grandmama, we hug and we smiling. It ain't looking like I'm just here with this damn baby.
She be looking at the child,
exactly. Not looking like tear up and take this damn picture of this fraud.
I seen that picture. Yeah.
Wait a minute, and then because she is, and it's the same lady, and she's still alive, very, very, very much old. Mm-hmm. So how did your grandma? First of all, Grandma Beryl.
Oh, I know the story.
Died 4 years before Kamala was even born. So first of all, child, like who you think you fooling? But this lady looked just like her.
And that woman, that first woman she showed would be all. Think about how old she looked then.
She would be look right here. Like you said, the baby sitting right here. She look old as hell right here. Look at her neck.
Age is the next one. She look older than a woman later on in color.
She sure does.
Yeah. She was older than her.
Like that could be her daughter. These people think we dumb. But where's the picture with the 3 side by side with Kamala? Kamala ain't even Shamala daughter, allegedly. This probably, Vioris is probably her real mom, but the uncle said Vioris is her grandmama, which means this is, like Ann said that Donald daddy had, like, got 3 other kids, like, before him. Like, he is the fraud because Donald died at 1 year old. And, you know, they say communists take people's identities. Like, so when they came over here from wherever they came from, now all of a sudden the other grandmama got Finnegan in her name, but she wasn't a Finnegan. So it's like they stealing people's
because they
like
come from another country.
Identities. Like he been told us he was black. Judge Joe Brown.
Kind of like the Patels, when they come over here, that's not their real name. That's a surname they use to come over here, so you can't identify who they are. That's why everything is named Patel. The last name, notice that. You won't find one that's not a Patel. Like, y'all can't be the same name.
No.
That's a clan. They do that on purpose, so you can't figure out who's who. I'm like,
I know good and damn well she did not shout this nigga. I wondered why he was in her chat the other day and talking about thanks for the shout out, Candace.
He really slumming the name.
Oh, Jesus.
I have questions about this goddamn.
No, I don't want to hear this fraud. He is such a fraud.
Why is he?
He ain't doing nothing for the community either, but scamming.
So he technically broke, right? He must be what kind of crap he be doing. He ain't got no. I don't know why he keeps showing up on my phone. I mean, I ain't clicked on his butt in ages, but for some reason, it keeps showing up.
You need to unfollow.
And say all of those things, risking his reputation, his professional reputation by just lying boldly. And to what end, by the way? Why would Judge Joe Brown?
This man right here.
He came again. Why does he keep coming up?
Pick it on, and we finna unrecommend. You
are black. We need the help. We don't need the actual relatives, and this would be an actual relative.
That must have been an accident. You know, I don't know what I'm doing.
Right. Wait a minute.
Okay, why does he keep following? I didn't even think to just look and see if I was following, because I just knew I wasn't following his ass. I think I did when we first started talking.
Yeah, of course. We already know why before we found out he was such a fraud.
Occasion. National origin.
No, I guess you in the Millionaire Morning Show.
That's
all I'm getting at. And Richard Fain and my boy.
It does not list national origin.
It
does not list religion. It does not list anything about that. But where it says race, they put national origin in Jamaica by mistake. Now, if you've ever been to Jamaica and you go over to St. Elizabeth Parish, you see all the hybrids in white. They live in Jamaica.
Oh, you are?
I got a good friend retired.
That's why they laughing at us.
He has a white, blonde hair, blue eyes, but she was born in Jamaica. Her parents were born in Jamaica. One's blonde, blue-eyed, the other one's red, gray-eyed. And they happen to be related to the King of England because they're aristocrats in England, but they were born in Jamaica. It's not unusual. You're not black just because you're from Jamaica, and they have a whole lot of white people that never left, and their ancestors owned a lot of slaves.
No,
the Maroons went up.
They didn't hear nothing about the bank and all that. They heard just this last part.
But you know, other than that, it is what it is in Jamaica.
I'm real spooky.
So just because you're
like
from
Kamala
that
got
country
some
does not mean you are of the black race. So the problem is why don't you go get your daddy?
Like I don't know
that you have a black ancestor. And since the only possible claim you have is through your great grandmother, who he says was a Hindu house servant.
It's just like, I was getting a whole lot of,
where'd you get your blackness from?
Oh, this is what the daddy said. Wait a minute.
Hindu.
This was a claim you have is through your great grandmother, who he says was a Hindu house servant.
Yeah, that's right.
This happens to be swarthy. Where'd you get your blackness from? See, you're faking it again.
Hindu house servant is what they're alleging that Iris was. And I am telling you, the fact that I just picked up on that and a vibe in a picture, do not tell me women do not have good gut instincts. I was just like, there's just something about the photo. Like, it just wasn't loving. It felt very much like the help who got close with the kids but didn't want to.
This right here.
Prosecutor.
I watched this whole interview.
And attorney general and senator. Now she becomes black. But you know, I met her daddy, fine gentleman, Professor Harris. And the problem with her being black is Professor Harris says he's Caucasian, mixed Irish and Hindu. He doesn't have any black ancestors, but his Irish ancestors owned a lot of slaves in Jamaica. and had them to work on plantation. So if mama is on the birth certificate listed as a Caucasian, daddy says he's a Caucasian Hindu and has no black ancestors, how did she get to be black?
I mean, the math is not mathing.
You'll take them.
How did she become black? It doesn't make sense. Okay? It only makes sense if you stole the identity of the help, which is so sick, so twisted, so diabolical, so offensive that we demand a response to this. Like I said, if a single black person is okay with this and votes for her because the media simply decided to make her black, to essentially wave a little Harry Potter wand and go, oh, okay.
That's the thing. They thought I was gonna fold and just go be quiet and just allow you. Okay, y'all, I'm gonna vote for Kamala because y'all talking about me.
It's so many religion, people Hindu.
Trump would just get
for the
because black folks attack you.
It does not list national origin.
And white folks attack you.
It does not list religion. It does not list anything about that.
Everyone's attacking is all connected to P. Diddy.
National origin in
Obama.
by mistake.
Oprah, Jay-Z, all y'all.
I know they're trying to distract us right now.
That's what they're trying to distract us.
It is going to be interesting, though.
Right. They trying to, P. Diddy is the distraction from all the stuff that's going on around the world.
Yeah.
But that's why you have to be on YouTube and have followers that's from these different countries and telling you, like, what's going on.
Yeah, they're like, why y'all look at that? This was really going on.
Yeah, this was really going on. The strike at the ports.
I had one about some stuff the other day.
Nuclear war. Don't go out and buy toilet paper. We can't eat it.
I didn't buy no toilet paper.
Need food. Like these people dumb as hell. Going out and buying tissue for. You can find something to wipe your butt with. It don't gotta be tissue. But I can't eat tissue.
Were born in Jamaica. One's blonde and blue-eyed. The other one's red-haired and gray-eyed. And they happen to be related to the King of England because they're aristocrats in England, but they were born in Jamaica. It's not unusual. You're not black just because you're from Jamaica. You have a whole lot of
people don't know. They're like, oh, Jamaica. Jamaica is a country. It does not mean you're black. Like, y'all need to go travel.
I know they don't. They ain't been nowhere.
In their ancestors.
Open up a book.
That's the vote that count on.
Yeah, the people ain't been nowhere. That's why I became a travel. Y'all need to go somewhere.
They don't know.
Just like they talk about the illegals that's coming over here, not from Venezuela, not from China, they from everywhere. They're not even coming from Mexico. Mexico is secure.
Yeah, they open up so they can get votes.
Right.
So these dumb people here and those people be loyal for at least one term, maybe two.
They gave the illegals 1,500 in New York, but only want to give the Hurricane Helen people 750.
Vouchers, all kind of stuff they get. It's ridiculous what they get. I mean, it's crazy. People can't get anything.
Went up into the hill country and got themselves free back in the 1840s, but, other than that, it is what it is in Jamaica. So just because you're from that country does not mean you are of the black race. So the problem is why don't you go get your daddy to give you an affidavit that you have a black ancestor? And since the only possible claim you have is through your great-grandmother, who he says was a Hindu house servant, it just happens to be swarthy. Where did you get your blackness from? See, you're faking it again.
Hey, if you need
Hindu house. They are alleging that Iris was, and I am telling you, the fact that I just picked up on that in a vibe in a picture, do not tell me women do not have good gut instincts. I was just like, there's just something about the photo. It just wasn't loving. It felt very much like the help who got close with the kids, but didn't want to be too close to the kids because, you never know when the mom's going to get upset because you're too close to the kids, kind of a kid situation. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? A lot of this stuff is just common sense, but it's just not that common anymore. People are just like, I cannot believe my own eyes. I need to read the media. And CNN says that she's Jamaican. And then people were just confused. Like, they were literally asking the question, she was in Jamaica. How can you say that she's not black? How can you even ask me this question? Like where is your common sense?
Baby, they don't have none.
And move to Sweden.
Now I'm white.
Say I'm white.
Yep.
What's wrong with you guys? I mean, this is like common sense. Of course, there are white people in Jamaica. There are white people everywhere. There are white people in Africa. Does not make them black. Elon Musk is
he black, y'all.
Man. As much as I would love for him to be able to say he's a strong black man, to really upset.
She can claim it. Why come he can't?
Not the circumstance. There's no version of reality that we exist in. And so this is fascinating. This is fascinating because this shows you a tremendous character flaw that we are stumbling upon. And a person that will steal an identity, like I said, a true communist trade. This is what they did. They were the best at it. They always took on different names. They took on different identities. They would style themselves differently. You have to remember that there was this influx of people also that were coming in from Russia. So many of the ills that we have in society today is because we received so many immigrants, and there was no correct process of filtration to determine which one of these psychos, amongst these people, how many of these people were the absolute psychos that were mass murdering Christians, okay? Mass murdering Christians leading up and after World War II and throwing us into gulags versus people that were actually escaping for freedom. There was no method. There was no method. There was just an open season of people moving around the world. This is what happens at the end of wars. This is why wars are dangerous. This is why you cannot detach war from various refugees crises. And what refugees crises implicate is that people who are bad can slip in through country borders. That is why wars are problematic, and I can't stand the war class that constantly is arguing for more wars, more wars, more wars. We're going to get to that, okay? So by the way, everything he just said makes complete sense if our suspicions are correct, right? Iris Cambridge is Irish. She is. And Oscar Harris is mixed Irish. That would make Donald Harris majority white. So Kamala has a majority white father and an allegedly fully Indian mother who I have my suspicions about, but I'm still taking my time to investigate her mother. I know I promised you that would be today, but I just want to dot my I's and cross my T's. Then that would make her indeed Indian Irish, just as Judge Joe Brown recalls. And again, this would be such an easy thing for Donald J. Harris to speak out against. You have two educated people. He'd be like, hey, Judge Joe Brown, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about? We know what he's talking about because he's not black. And he just said it. What else did you come out with, Ken? That's because you said I spoke with Ken. I spoke with Kamala's uncle. But I don't know if this is Kamala's family reach out. Is it this one? I spoke with her uncle. Or is it the family reaches out?
Gaslighting people by being like, actually, you need therapy. The problem is you. The problem is actually you for asking the question. No, Kamala, we're asking the question because you made this a theme in your bookie book, which we're going to get to in a little bit, okay? So you don't get to now just not address the question whatsoever. Put yourself in her shoes, okay? I'm going to put myself in her shoes. I'm running for president of the United States, okay?
Yeah, we got to get these people out the vote.
These questions keep popping up about whether or not I am black. Do you know how simple it would be to simply answer the question? List your black relatives in 4 seconds. I would be like, this is my grandma, this is my grandpa. Suddenly she's
this is my great grandmama, this is my great granddaddy.
Why did she just say yes? Obviously my grandmother is Beryl. Here's a picture of her. She's black. I'm disgusted with the people that are even calling this into question. Here's my great grandmother, Iris Finnegan. I am obviously black. Instead, she goes, oh, do you really want to talk about it? That's what I say to these shows. Do you really want to talk about race? Do you really want to talk about the 1/8 rule? I mean, how dare she? And the answer is yes, Kamala. Actually, I would like to talk about it. Yeah, I'm actually totally up for talking about the 1-drop rule, the 1/8 rule. Let's discuss history. That's what those journalists should have done. That's what those former NBA players should have done, not giving her a free pass. I would have been like, no, ma'am, name your ancestors. And why are you bringing up the 1/8 rule at all? Let's talk about the history here, okay? The 1-drop rule was actually a legal doctrine in the United States that was used as a means of racial classification, okay? It really dates back to the antebellum period in Virginia, where people of color were considered legally white if they had less than 25% African ancestry. So we're talking about something that was pre-Civil War, but then the classifications became especially relevant throughout Jim Crow in the South, obviously, because of segregation. So they're like, are you white or are you black? So they needed to know how to quantify whiteness and blackness. The laws were first officially codified in Tennessee as one of Virginia's racial integrity laws. They wanted birth certificates to just be very clear whether a parent was legally white or legally a Negro, so that it was known which laws in society you had to abide by. What about Indian Americans? Because strangely, she brings up her mom. The first thing she would do would be to bring up her dad. Instead, she brings up her mom. She's like, my mom was very clear that she was raising 2 black women. Your mother is Indian. like fully 100% Indian. So the fact that the first person that you recall is a non-Black person is suspicious. And regarding Indian Americans, just to be clear, in 1923, the Supreme Court decided in the United States versus Bhagat Singh Thind that Indians were classified as Caucasians, as they had been by anthropologists. They upheld that, but they also made it clear that they were not considered white. So that is probably the answer as to why her mother put Caucasian on her birth certificate. That was actually the legal classification for Indian women. Now, also regarding this one-drop rule, Kamala Harris was never subject to it ever in her entire lifetime. She was born in California. Just to be clear, that was the very first state to end segregation, and they did that back in 1947. So they did it 7 years before the Supreme Court decision of Brown versus Education, which federalized desegregating all of the schools. So it actually infuriates me that she does this, that she essentially goes back and pretends that she's lived through something. Like, well, let's talk about the one-drop rule. Why are we discussing the one-drop rule? By the way, even if you were subjected to it, you probably would have passed, since none of your parents are listed as Negroes on your birth certificate. Like, what are you doing mining the history of Black people that came before you and who you are still refusing to name? You put them in a book once, but that was it. Now you don't want to talk about Grandma Beryl. What's up with that? Now you don't want to talk about great-grandma Iris Finnegan. What is up with that? And by the way, as I was considering that, her upbringing and how strange it is that she keeps leaning into this idea, like she was born 2 years before my mother was born, and my mother didn't live through segregation. My mother didn't live through any of this stuff. These are not her memories. These are the memories
and my mom was born in
grandparents.
59.
My grandfather lived through segregation. I'm going, why does Kamala keep doing this? Like acting like she grew up in the 40s and in the 50s with these sorts of memories. And then I remembered suddenly that she did this on stage a while ago, where she got almost teary-eyed and emotional talking about busing and desegregation. I'm going to roll that back for you just to jog your memory. Take a listen.
You also worked with them to oppose busing.
Listen to this.
And, you know, there was a little girl in California who was part of the second class to integrate her public schools. And she was bused to school every day. And that little girl was me.
Girl, stop.
Okay. Guys, so you watch that clip, okay? You're an American.
So you should be about 84 now, huh? And if you was born in the 40s.
Instantly assume that what she means is that she was like a Ruby Bridges. Yeah, like that little girl was me in second grade. I was a part of the second class to be desegregated. Like that instantly signals, given the emotionality of it, that she was a Ruby Bridges. Talk about mining Black history. Well, let me be clear. She intentionally misled people here to make them believe that she was a young Ruby Bridges. This is how disgusting and despicable this woman is. She wanted people to go back in their minds to all they learned about Ruby Bridges. The images of Ruby Bridges having to be protected by police as she entered into that school in Louisiana. She wanted people to go back in their minds to that. That's why she's getting all choky. She's like on the brink of tears. That little girl. So to be perfectly clear here, that little girl went to Thousand Oaks Elementary School in Berkeley, and far from that impression she's giving, she did not live any desegregation or any real desegregation at all, because as I mentioned, the schools had already gone through that before she was born, literally before she was born in 1947.
Right.
In fact, the school district had to issue a statement after that performance on stage. So this is what they had to put up on their website for clarification.
Let's clarify.
They wrote, there has been some confusion in the media and social media around the Berkeley schools and integration due to the fact that our high school was already integrated, as evidenced, for example, by high school yearbooks, which show children of many races and ethnicities at school together prior to 1968. In Berkeley, we only have one comprehensive high school, so it was integrated by default. Our elementary schools, however, reflected the racial composition of our neighborhoods, which, like many neighborhoods across America, reflected the history of segregation stemming from policies which restricted the opportunities of non-white residents. So then they go on. We recently celebrated the 50-year anniversary of...
1 minute, she didn't read the first part, but it say, we received several We received multiple requests from media about Senator Kamala Harris and her experience with the Berkeley Public Schools. Senator Harris is correct in describing her experience as the second class to be part of the busing integration program. All Berkeley elementary schools were integrated through an innovative two-way busing plan, which was implemented voluntarily by our district beginning in 1968. Kamala Harris joined first grade in 1970, which means she joined a cohort that had entered kindergarten in the second year of the busing program in 1969. Like, girl, cut it out and stop it. Like, it was not racism. It just wasn't, you know what?
Voluntary busing plan. And you can find additional details here. So let me clarify to you what actually happened in her childhood. There was no desegregation effort that she had to live through. She was not Ruby Bridges. Rather, what they realized was because of the past in which you had Black people all living in one neighborhood, and this was contributed sometimes because of like red line districting. You had Black people living in one neighborhood, you had white people living in one neighborhood. What ended up happening was that you had schools which were like majority Black and which were majority white. And so what they wanted to do in Berkeley was to be the first to offer a busing plan to turn that around so that the buses would pick up students that lived far from the white school and bring them over there so that the schools would be more evenly mixed. That's what she's describing. So after they put and implemented this busing plan, Kamala was the second or third class since they had implemented this busing plan. Nothing to do with desegregation, just an effort to say, okay, we're realizing now people are just districted according to where they live. You're going to have these schools that are like 85% Black and some schools that are 85% white. That's what it is. So just thinking about the emotionality and how tricky she's being here, again, trying to allude to like some Ruby Bridges scenario, really makes me angry. It is just so unacceptable. I just can't stand this fraud. And it's so important to state also that the one-drop rule was declared officially unconstitutional in 1967. That was just 3 years after Kamala was born. This is just not her childhood at all. Not her childhood at all. This is just what she does. She lies and she lies and she lies. But it gets better. It gets better. But first, I'm going to remind you guys about preborn, because Kamala is indeed the first vice presidential candidate to ever visit an abortion facility. And Tim Walz supported a bill in his home state which legalized the denial of life-saving medical care to infants born alive after botched abortions. Media has dubbed this the abortion election. We have to stand up to this evil. When you join forces with Preborn, the largest pro-life organization in the nation, you are protecting the greatest victims in our society, babies that are in their mother's wombs. Preborn's network of clinics are positioned in the highest abortion areas in the nation, and they have rescued over 300,000 babies. When a woman considering an abortion searches to end her baby's life, Preborn is there. Preborn gives them a free ultrasound. The power of hearing a heartbeat on an ultrasound combined with God's love doubles a baby's chance on life.
Shiloh.
One ultrasound costs just $28, and up to 5 ultrasounds are $140. Any gift for healthcare cause and all gifts are tax deductible. To donate securely, dial pound 250 and say the keyword baby. That's pound 250 baby. Or you can go to preborn.com/Candace. That's preborn.com/Candace. So like I said, it gets better because yesterday I was going through her book that I downloaded so you didn't have to, because I wanted to send a picture of her grandma Beryl to someone.
Y'all calm down.
So initially, when we started listening to the story, my producer had downloaded the book. I had downloaded the book.
Calm down.
Had stumbled upon the picture of Beryl.
Okay.
So I had to actually flip through the ebook that I had downloaded. And so remarkably, it was kind of the first time I was going to the picture segment looking for Beryl, and I realized,
can y'all go?
This book?
I cannot hear these.
So, wait, what's going on? This is her book. Where is the Beryl picture? And I said to my producer, did we make a mistake? Like, this is definitely in the book. He pulls his up. He has a picture of Beryl. Mine doesn't. I'm going, is this a different edition of the book? And yes, it was. There were actually 2 publications of the book. One in January of 2019, and then 5 months later, in May of 2019, they published what is known as a Young Readers Edition. Basically, it's exactly what it sounds like. It's meant to be for younger readers.
How you publish a younger reader edition of your book, but then take out the pictures? Kids like pictures.
And it's typically more pictorial, right? So they want to change a couple of words, essentially kind of dumb it down to make it easier to read and include more pictures. Yeah, in this edition, they decided to remove pictures. And it's just, I guess, ironic that the pictures that they removed for the Young Readers Later edition were pictures of Black Iris and Grandma Beryl. There were more pictures that were removed, but the family members were all still there, except for Black Iris and Grandma Beryl. I found that to be extremely interesting. But suddenly I realized that I had never flipped through the book that had more pictures than the edition that I was holding. And I started going through them, and you guys are not even going to believe just how diabolical Kamala Harris is. It was just, I'm going to have to just go through this calmly, because I am telling you, as a Black person, it's actually offensive how hard she tried to Blackify herself. And it made me think of the entire Emmanuel Macron, Brigitte Macron scandal, because the journalist that broke that story essentially said that what they do when they're running is they publish a book, and that is the legend that is established, essentially, because people in their minds think, oh, well, if it's in a book and a publisher agreed to publish it, HarperCollins published this book about Kamala, they must have fact-checked this, and all of this must be true. People have this wrong perception that if a book is published as nonfiction, that there was some effort of due diligence, which means that everything that you're reading is not fiction. So they do this, like it's like a rite of passage. I'm publishing this book, and I'm expecting everyone to just accept this as the legend of Kamala Harris. I'm going through these pictures, okay? And aside from Iris, and aside from Beryl, she also decided to include some other, what I would describe as noteworthy pictures of herself. Like this one, where she writes, "Sporting my fro, summer of 1970. But basically, you just know when you go through this that they essentially sat down as a team and were like, we're creating the legend. We need you to be Black. Okay, this was published again in 2019. And they're like, we need that Black foot. Let's make it easy. Give me the blackest photos of you that you can possibly find. Like, to put the caption of her afro is just signaling to Black people, hey, I'm Black, which is ridiculous because there's so many other races that have afros. Puerto Ricans have afros. Spanish people have afros. Jewish people have afros. Mark, my director, is Jewish. He has an afro, okay? It is not like proprietary to Black people, but she's publishing this because, like, you're just supposed to look at the picture and go, oh, wow, she's got an afro.
Well, she got an afro, so she's Black.
Okay. Then, of course, if you can imagine this team sitting down trying to process how to sell Black, you would go, oh, Harlem. Right, you got to put some pictures of Harlem here.
Go to the jazz club
and
make sure you put some niggers in there.
She just posts up right here. Visiting my Uncle Freddie in Harlem. Harlem was always a magical place for me. Now, what's interesting about this picture
is that Freddie back there?
Is the man behind. I don't know if that's actually her uncle Freddie, right? Like, that came to my mind. I'm like, is this just like a guy working on the side of the street, and she's just like including him because this picture shows a Black man like, in Harlem, and again signals to Black people that, like, she's with her uncle up in Harlem. Kind of feels that way. But then I realized that she featured some more pictures of her Black aunties and her Black uncles, and we see Uncle Fred again. Take a look at this photo.
That look like a whole different Uncle Fred.
This is going to drive you guys crazy because I still...
Y'all can't tell me that is not the same Uncle Fred. This Uncle Fred look 5'5". Look at this one now. Pop beer belly Uncle Fred right here, allegedly. Look at this Uncle Fred. I'm gonna come back to this Uncle Fred. This Uncle Fred, tall, slender. Okay, just keep watching.
I can't believe it when I read it. So you see three obviously Black people in this photo. You would not question the authenticity of their Blackness. And the caption reads, I'm blessed with an amazing family. I'll never be able to thank Auntie Chris, Uncle Freddie, and Aunt Mary enough for their constant encouragement and support.
Y'all remember them names,
always showed up for me, as they did here at a campaign event for my DA's race that we held at a San Francisco, you guessed it,
jazz club.
Because, hey, we're talking Harlem, we're talking
about
Black
the Black people,
we're talking afros. You know. Let's also post a picture of you in a jazz club with your aunties and your uncles. And
girl, first of all, we don't even see her at the jazz club. We just see them. Where she at?
Jazz club, because hey, we're
where she at the club?
In Harlem. We're talking.
It's a picture of some people she just took from the internet. She don't know these people. Well, she may know them, but the point I'm trying to make is why she not in the picture. Okay.
Black people, we're talking afros. Let's also post a picture of you in a jazz club with your aunties and your uncles. And like, Black people will just accept that you only have all these photos because you're like super Black.
Super Black.
And then I said, wait a second. She doesn't have an Aunt Mary or an Aunt Chris,
Right.
and Uncle Fred.
My mama only got
in
one
genealogy.
sister.
Who are we talking about here? These people do not exist. And I said, is it possible that like somewhere in the book,
hey,
Jaleel, assuming that no one is going to...
Jaleel and Shiloh, get out of the laundry room. Hold on, live. We having a break. Thank you, ma'am.
Actually read through. She acknowledges that these aren't her real aunties and uncles. And the answer is yes, my friends. There's a passage about Aunt Mary and Uncle Freddie in this book. The truths we hold.
Listen,
which
y'all.
is really just the greatest trick ever played on Black America. She writes this: my mother surrounded herself with close friends who were...
Hold up. Gotta make sure y'all see it. Cause you know, people, I'll be coon mayo still. So I'm sure y'all can read it. Keep reading. Let me start it back. Play. On my computer.
Black America. She writes this: my mother surrounded herself with close friends who were really more like sisters. My godmother, a fellow Berkeley student whom I knew as Aunt Mary, was one of them.
Okay, so Aunt Mary ain't her real aunt.
That was taking shape in the early 1960s and was being debated and defended from the streets of Oakland to the soapboxes in Berkeley's Sproul Plaza. As Black students spoke out against injustice, a group of passionate, keenly intelligent, politically engaged young men and women found one another. My mother and Aunt Mary among them. They went to peaceful protests where they were attacked by police with hoses. They marched against the Vietnam War and for civil rights and voting rights. They went together to see Martin Luther King Jr. speak at Berkeley, and my mother had a chance to meet...
Yeah.
Mama, this is not calling anymore. Can I have it?
I seen that picture. I said,
Yes, that's your child.
She told me that at one of these anti-war protests, the marchers were confronted by the Hells Angels. She told me that at another, she and her friend were forced to run for safety with me in a stroller after violence broke out against the protesters. But my parents and their friends were more than just protesters. They were big thinkers, pushing big ideas, organizing their community. Aunt Mary, her brother, my Uncle Freddie, my mother and father, and about a dozen other students organized a study group to read the Black writers that the university was ignoring. So you guys, what can I say here? I am being reduced to sound effects. She wrote this book, and she starts the sentence with her family. She's visiting her family in Harlem. This is maybe she wrote, I have the best family.
I'll send you the picture, though.
And shows multiple pictures of an Uncle Fred that
and
isn't her Fred. Why did she do this? It's not her uncle, okay? It's just not her uncle. It's her mom's friend. And she dedicates so much time to him and the protests. And she's dropping Martin Luther King. And she's dropping W.E.B. Du Bois. And she's dropping so many other people that are Black in this book. For what reason? Because she's performing. Because this is a sleight of hand. Because they quite literally likely sat around in a boardroom and they said, how can we make you
I apologize, y'all. I see my people leaving. I had 20 people on here and y'all done went down the phone.
Yeah, of her marching aunties and uncles in Harlem. It's just so
had an important phone call. I apologize.
It is so unacceptable. After going through all these photos, I made a joke to my producer and director. I was like, oh, what's next? Is there going to be a picture of her just like eating collard greens and cornbread? Is she going to be like, this is me eating collard greens and cornbread? I'm in Harlem. And they said back to me, no, she's done that.
John.
I said, no. I said, shut up. That's not true. She's not done that. There's no way. They said, no, there are clips of her speaking about.
I'm not transitioning into anything. I'm a woman that birthed 6 children and lost 2. What are you talking about? When it's Trump 2024. Men are not beautiful. Men are handsome. So that's where you wrong anyway. As they got the children all messed up. Men aren't beautiful. Men are handsome. Yeah, sexy. Women are beautiful. One dare tell my son, oh, he's so beautiful. No, my daughter is beautiful. My son is handsome. Yeah. You go on and transfer and be a trans wolf. Go right ahead and do you. Never, ever, and don't want to. Nothing a woman can do for me. God made a woman and man, not man and woman and woman. And that's all I got to say on that. Yeah. Okay.
Can I get this? $15.
Collard greens. I said, I cannot believe this. Produce me the clip. And they did. Here it is.
Open it.
I have a friend who had a Christmas party, Christmas Eve every year.
I know you just
joking. And she me to make the greens for a party every year. And I am not lying to you.
You joking just like Kamala Chamala should have said she was joking after she told this lying turnip green story.
I would make so many greens and I just wash them in the bathtub. I'm telling you the truth.
Girl, put your lies.
Do you put turkey in them?
Bacon.
Bacon.
I do bacon.
Stop.
Garlic. I put white vinegar. So I start with I slice up my garlic. But no, first I chop up the bacon and get all that fat going. Then I put garlic, some chili peppers, and then a lot of water and a little chicken stock, and I let it go for a while before I put the greens in. And then, right, so you get that going and all that flavor. And then I put the greens in for a couple hours.
Try to get you a
then I do vinegar.
Okay?
And then I cheat and do a little Tabasco.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, but Tabasco, well, like I like Louisiana hot sauce, but Tabasco has that right amount of
I'm gonna share this QR code so people can get cookies from you.
So that's how I do my greens.
I see why you get it.
I already seen it, Janelle.
And she brought it up again at another event. Take a listen.
Oh, yeah.
Marlon, so I know how to make a mean pot of greens. In fact, people used to ask me to make greens.
Well, that ain't number 35.
One year, I had so many that I had to wash, so we ended up washing them in the bathtub.
35 what?
So I am not playing around.
35 buckets of
Black America, listen to me. I'm speaking directly to you because I am not playing around either. If I catch you voting for this woman,
in each one.
I'm going to haunt you. I'm going to haunt you in your dreams. There will be nowhere that you can go where I will not haunt you. This is just, we have to come together. At some point in society, we have to come together to declare this unacceptable. Like, I don't care where you sit on the spectrum. This is the most not okay thing that I have ever seen in the history of politics. This is how she's shoring up black votes. She's going around talking about collard greens, putting in fake pictures of her uncles and aunties that are black while conveniently ignoring all of her aunties and uncles that are white.
Right.
And people are just eating this up. Eating this up. Let me find that woman that was going, okay, to all that vinegar put into her collard. Okay. Haunt her. I promise you that. But of course, guys, let's get to me speaking to her uncle.
Yeah, let's get to that.
That actually happened. Like I promised you yesterday. I said I had a phone call. I was trying to wait for it to happen yesterday. Well, it happened last night. Part one of our phone call happened last night. We briefly spoke on the phone, I would say, for about 10 minutes.
Come on, let's talk about it.
I first want to say just how much I liked this guy.
Oh, we like Kamala's uncle.
Okay, I'll be honest. I have a Caribbean bias. My former producer made it very clear to me that I have a Caribbean bias because she'd pitch me stories or like say like Rihanna did this, and I'd be like, I'm not gonna say anything bad about Rihanna, or like Nicki Minaj, and she's like, but you, I have a Caribbean bias. This guy's got a Caribbean accent. My grandma had a very thick St. Tomian accent, so it was just like I could sense his Caribbean calm. I can't explain to you, and I could just also sense that he was being incredibly honest and forthright, and he was speaking to me, and it was actually like very. I guess I would say just beautiful in a way because he cared about this. He wanted to reach out because he cares so much about Vioris, you know, and he doesn't want whatever is going on with Kamala to make people have this perception of Vioris. And I told her, my understanding is that it's the press calling, but I want to make sure that there are no Candace Owens viewers that are going out there calling any of these relatives that are still alive, because we can find information online, but we definitely should not be harassing her relatives who have nothing to do with her running, and in many cases don't even agree with her politics. Like this person that I spoke to is a Candace Owens fan, conservative, as many know on the islands, that it's just not a lot of wokeness. I'll leave it at that. You know, why are you gay kind of a vibe going on. You are gay. It's a little bit more of like an island vibe. Anyways, I just said to him, look, we're just trying to get questions answered about Kamala's heritage because of her father's paper. I said, I have a lot of questions about your brother, Donald Harris. I just am not understanding anything in this paper. And I went through the holes in it. I went through the fact that, you know, he mentions this person growing up, like they all kind of grew up on a farm together, but you're asking the question, like Beryl married this person. Why is he trying to make it seem like everyone grew up as one happy family? Why didn't he even mention Vioris at all? Which is kind of the that didn't bark. We know why. And I asked him directly if he knew the Miss Iris that he is referring to in this book, in the Miss Iris that Donald J. Harris is referring to in his piece, rather, who he says is Iris Ney Finnegan. Again, very strange. This Iris should have never been Ney Finnegan. Finnegan was her married name. And he said, I can't answer that. I don't know that name. I want to be very clear. He has a relationship with Donald. He is close with Donald. They grew up together. He considers Donald his full brother. He has no idea who Miss Iris Finnegan is. This is Donald's brother that we're talking about. So I said, okay, that's of course of some interest to me. I asked him why it is that he's even then mentioning this Miss Iris. And he told me that he wanted to clarify something which was of most importance to me. He wanted me to know that before Vioris and Oscar Harris got married, Oscar Harris already had 3 children. One of them being Donald. Now, to be clear, he is younger than Donald, a lot younger than Donald, so he wouldn't know much about that, Jalea. If there was some family secret, he would not be aware of it. But to the best of his knowledge, like this is what he was told, that they had 3 children before Vioris and Oscar got married. And I asked him, quite frankly, if he knew or heard of Beryl. He told me he does not know Beryl. Instant red flag to me. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, how do you not know if you have a half sibling that you are close to and have been close to your whole life? How do you not know his mother, who their mom is? He said, I don't know who his mother is. You don't know Donald Harris's mom. Got 2 million views. Who started this entire thing, Beryl Finnegan, like the person who just flagged me as weird. Something is not right here. We now know that Donald Harris's brother does not know him. Okay, like I said, he said that Oscar Harris had 3 children before he married Vioris. He mentioned that Donald was very close to them. He also said that Oscar Harris's children all had businesses. That Donald, when he was coming up, Donald was in university. They kept very close to him. He said that Donald has always been very, very private, and he doesn't like publicity. And I find that to be very interesting. What people. Yeah, sure. There are some people who are exceedingly private, and there are some people who are exceedingly private because they have something to hide. They don't want to. And I, again, do not feel that Donald Harris was telling the truth about his upbringing. I think he gave some truths and kind of made it very murky in his Jamaican heritage piece, but some things that were objectively proven to be untrue. He told me that Kamala definitively knows Vioris, that he also knows her. She visited Jamaica twice with her father. And that's sometime after she had graduated college. She went down to Florida with her sister and she visited Vioris. So she had a relationship with Vioris. Unfortunately, Vioris did not make her book. And I think we know why Vioris did not make her book. Now, I have no reason not to believe the person that I spoke to. I just felt that he was being very authentic and he was there to simply clarify some things and that he didn't know the answers to some things. He authentically didn't know. And if he is telling me something that is not correct, then the reason why those things are not correct is not because he's trying to lie, but it's because he is not aware of them. So it leads us again to more questions about Donald Harris. Who is this guy? Who is his mother? Where is Beryl? Okay, where is Iris Finnegan? Why won't Kamala, who felt so, I guess, close enough to Beryl and Iris to include them in their book, why won't she even mention them as an easy way to debunk what is being said? Why is she even mentioning the 1/8 rule? What are you talking about, Kamala? If you're telling us that your grandmother is Beryl, she looks pretty black to us, like that would make you more than 1/8 black. What's going on here? Why are we getting all iffy on the details? We've got a couple of lingering questions here, and I'll tell you what we are starting to think about. But first, I want to remind you to drink coffee because we are not letting go of the story. You're going to need a lot of coffee. If
got
you
my
drink
coffee
coffee
right
it
here.
should be 7 weeks coffee because it is America's pro-life coffee company on a mission to fund the pro-life movement, one cup of coffee at a time.
Let's see how much it
Why call
costs.
7 weeks coffee? Because at 7 weeks, a baby is the size of a coffee bean, and it's the same time a heartbeat is clearly detected on an ultrasound. That's why they donate 10% of every sale to support pregnancy care centers across the country. They have raised over $500,000 for these centers and have saved over 5,000 lives by providing them free ultrasounds and other resources to moms in need. Now I'm going to tell you about the coffee because I'm very picky about what I put into my body. It's mold-free, pesticide-free, shade-grown, it's low acid, and it's organically farmed. It truly checks all the boxes. Yeah. So exclusively for my listeners, go to 7weekscoffee.com and use code Candace for up to 25% off your order. Remember, your order will directly help support a network of over 900 pro-life organizations across the U.S. That's 7weekscoffee.com and use code Candace for up to 25% off your order. Okay. Now let's get into some other leads. So we have a couple of interesting things that are happening, some things that we are exploring. Someone has found, okay, and this is, by the way, we'd be in conspiracy land. We got nothing more than like a visual, and I can say by the visual, this woman does look like the Beryl that is pictured with Kamala, that I said looks like a 60-year-old woman. I'll show you the photo right here. Okay, so somebody came across a woman who has the same name, Beryl, who is still alive, very, very, very old. Now, this woman is not at all related to Kamala, judging by who her son is and doing that sort of a thing. She's not related to Kamala, but again, she has that same name. She's still alive, and we have confirmed that she is from that same town, that same place, Brownstown, Jamaica. So we know she would have been there at the same time. And like I said, she resembles the person that Kamala is trying to pass off as her grandma. Could this be the help? Could this be a woman that they just took pregnancy care centers across the country? They have raised over up to 25% off your order. Remember, your order will directly help support a network of over 9 race. We know that Enid is still alive. Obviously, Enid is very advanced in age, so do not call Enid and ask any questions. We are not okay with that. We are not here to harass elderly people. We're just looking for answers because there is a plausibility that maybe Perlene Curry is his true mother that he's not telling us about. Maybe Perlene Curry is Kamala Harris's grandmother and not Beryl, right? So again, we have questions here. And the fact that we can't find Perlene Curry, we just want to know what race she is, what she looks like. That's really kind of the information that we're looking for. And again, a good start here is you can find Perlene Curry, or if you can find Hugh Ashton Watts. And we know that they got married in New York. We know that they lived at least for a short time in the Bronx. We're sending you guys out to explore those leads as we continue to try to get to the bottom of Kamala's heritage, because I personally do not accept that I need therapy, as she says. If you ever even ask me a question, you need therapy. No. Like I said, we are only here because you sent out your media goons to go after Janet Jackson and to try to paint her as crazy. We're only here because we have now arrived at the stage where you've gone from bringing Megan Thee Stallion out to shake her butt. You're walking out to Beyonce. You're talking about collard greens. You're dropping fake black relatives to kind of persuade people that you have this black upbringing. You're talking about Harlem. You don't get to pull a 180 and pretend that it's irrelevant. Okay? Because when Trump was on stage and he said to you, look, I don't care whatever she is. Well, let me tell you, I disagree with him. I care. I care. You've now caught my attention, okay? And common sense says to me that if any person was put in a seat and asked about their heritage and someone said, what do you think about these rumors that you aren't black? All you would do is start listing your relatives that are black and say how foolish it was. And she's not doing that. She's instead running Operation Gaslighting. And you know what? Shame on those people. Shame on Matt Barnes for not pushing her. Put her feet to the fire. You don't get to just mine black history and black pain to try to present yourself as the first black female presidential candidate. It doesn't work like this. It's completely unacceptable. Nobody would have cared if you ran and you said, I am Indian Irish. Not a single soul would have cared. Okay? You did this. You did this, and we're not going to let it go because nobody messes with Janet Jackson. All right, guys, before we get into your comments, I want to remind you that this episode is sponsored by Mimi Skincare. It's my favorite skincare brand out there. You see me using it on Instagram. They've come to now be known as America's Skincare Company because they formulate and manufacture all of their skincare products here in the USA while supporting pro-American cause.
My computer is tripping. Right. Who's timed out? Hey, David. They was just playing CB. You came in late, but they was just joking with me. You didn't have to erase them. Janet Jackson, girl. Janet Jackson just said, I heard her daddy was Irish. And all of America and all commerce came for her. Yeah. Like, I don't know what she thought. We ain't letting up. Yeah, we not letting up. No. No, ma'am. I need to restart this computer because something's going on. It's like, y'all, look at this comment. Look at this, y'all. I was in Candace Live the other day. Look. Because Candace was talking about, I came in with something about the economy or whatever. He gonna holler out. Just read the comment, y'all. So y'all can laugh. When and where? When and where? The same one that's working in Walmart? Which one? Or one of the other 12, allegedly. I know he don't got 12 boys, but I just mean 12 kids. Like, sorry, John. Did y'all read that? I said, looking for, I'm trying to tell you, just do your video. I didn't say my armor of God, my warrior's prayer today. Y'all may want to take note and say this every day because we are in a spiritual warfare. The warrior's prayer, putting on the full armor of God. Heavenly Father, I am your warrior. Prepare me for battle. Today I claim victory over Satan by putting on the full body of God, full armor of God. I put on the girdle of truth. May I stand firm in the truth of your word so that I will not be a victim of Satan's lies. I put on the breastplate of righteousness. May it guard my heart from evil so that I will remain pure, holy, and protected under the blood of Jesus Christ. I put on sandals of peace. May I stand firm in the good news of the gospel so your peace will shine through me and I will be a light to all that I encounter. I put on the shield of faith. May I be prepared for Satan's fiery darts of doubt, denial, and deceit so that I will not be a victim of spiritual defeat. I put on the helmet of salvation. May I keep my mind fixed on you so that Satan will not have a stronghold on my thoughts. I take the sword of the Spirit. May the two-edged sword of your word be ready in my hand so that I can expose the tempting lies of Satan. By faith, your warrior has put on the full armor of God. I am prepped to live this day in spiritual victory. In Yeshua Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Ephesians 6:11-17. Yeah. I saw you did it. Thank you, CB. Yeah. Y'all need to recite that prayer. Do y'all need to screenshot it? Take a screenshot of the screen so you can read that prayer every day. It's a little pixelated, I know. But get your picture. Yes. Ain't nobody asked y'all to update nothing. My dang browser done just updated. Harris meets with Arab, American, and Muslim leaders in Michigan. Well, I can tell you what the Arab community has to say here. She's the scum of the earth, and they are not voting for her, and she is a liar. That's what they told me at all the corner stores, because they own them all. They're for Trump 2024 as well. Yeah, the Arabs. Yeah, the ones that own the corner stores. Yeah. That's what they told me. Next time I go to the store, I'm going to make sure I'm live so they can tell y'all. That's what they said. We are not voting for her. When I walked, I was like, because I went in the store, they like me, whatever. I can't remember what I said, but he was like, oh, no, we're not voting that. She's a liar. She's the scum of the earth. What she's doing over there in our countries. And they said she ain't done nothing in 4 years. I think AY is in play. What you mean? No, that's old. Oh, Lord, honey. So, told y'all this is a spiritual war. They just trying to distract us with P. Diddy, Sean Combs, because now Tisha just found his audition tape with the 9-year-old victim, the male. Yeah. Yeah. They said, no for Kamala. No. That's what they said. That's what they said. Bunny breed. Oh, Trump was in Evans, Georgia today. Okay, Trump shaking the Marines, the service people hands. Yeah. Let's go see. Let's check on Trump. Our next president, the 47th president. Yeah, let's check on him. See what he doing out in these Georgia streets. They look. I mean, I just wondered if they didn't like him. Like, could they refuse to shake his hand? I don't think so. They see Skamala ain't there. I gave him a new name, Skamala. I don't want no war, but if God send Jesus, baby, then we got to be put on the full armor of God and be ready. That's all we can do. Put on the full armor of God. Because this is not a fight between this is a fight between God's law and the way of the world. And God don't want war. He don't want men and women's sports. He don't want tampons in boys' bathrooms. He don't want abortions. He don't want our girls being turned into boys, and he don't want our boys turned into girls. God don't want none of that. The greed and the jealousy and the deceit and the corrupt government and the Hollyweird, the devil's angels. That's what Hollyweird is, the devil's angels. Because God, Jesus cast him down here just to, just for a little while. He's like, yeah, I'm going to let him have his little fun just for them, I don't know how many years. But then just know, when I come back, it's over for you and everybody that's with you. So y'all better repent and ask God to forgive you of your sins and claim, that he is Lord. And I'm not joking. I am serious right now. Just a 13-year-old just killed a 7-year-old sister because a note she put about flushing the toilet. Stabbed her to death. 13 years old. Stabbed her 7-year-old little sister to death because the little sister left a note.
We continue to work day and night to recover from this
flushing the toilet. So she waited in the bathroom for her 7-year-old sister to come in the bathroom and stabbed her to death. The other 13-year-old here that was visiting her grandmama with her 8-year-old cousin, that smothered her and then fixed her body like she was good and went on back to sleep. That one, yeah, they trying her as an adult. But this 13-year-old, the one with the 7-year-old, this was the sister. I have a feeling to think they're white. You want to know why? Because they're trying her as a juvenile. And not showing any pictures. But they sure show pictures of the black little girl. But we not seeing any pictures of this 13-year-old sister and 7-year-old sister. And again, they trying her as a child. But they trying the other 13-year-old as an adult. What was there any difference? They both were premeditated. The other one was mad at her little cousin for her iPhone. So she knew what she was going to do that night. The sister was mad at the sister for writing a note about the bathroom toilet. And she waited on her in the bathroom. That was premeditated. So why? She getting charged as a child, but the other one getting charged as an adult. I'll tell you why. Because our system is corrupt. And we need to get all them old people out. Because they mama and grandmamas were slave owners, probably. We need to get them out. These crooked judges, these crooked lawyers, DAs, these crooked attorney generals, these crooked senators, these crooked governors, these crooked mayors, the crooked president, the crooked vice president. Your whole son is in there for the same drugs that you lock our men up for life. But somehow he not in there for life. He get to plead guilty and just get a little time. A little blue collar crime for his drug crime. But you put our men in there for 20, 30, 40, lock them under the jail. Try to add other charges on so they can't never get out. Y'all better wake up. Back to Trump. And no, Trump is not my savior. Jehovah God is my savior and his son Yeshua Jesus Christ. But for all we know, God sent Trump put him. Like, come on now, they don't try to unalive him how many times and was unsuccessful. Okay. He has a purpose.
Historic, but also horrific storm. I want to thank you for keeping the nation's attention on those who are hurting in Georgia, and I certainly appreciate President Trump helping us do that as well. You know, Marty and I both have literally been all over the state on the storm path over the last several days, and I told every stop I went to that this storm spared no one. It took one of our finest and a firefighter, Leon Davis, who was an assistant chief in Blackshear, Georgia, when a tree fell on his truck, responding to a call. Just a few miles from here, it took a young mother, just 27 years.
Why did you cut this music
who had
off, Trump?
1-month-old twin boys in the bed with her when a tree fell in their home up in Thompson. Just south of here in Washington County, a 7-year-old boy and a 4-year-old girl died when a tree fell on their home, trapped them inside, and their house caught on fire. Marty and I had the opportunity to speak to the emergency crews who responded to both of those situations, and our hearts are still heavy from that tragic event that they experienced and described to us, but also for what they had to endure. There was also a lady trapped in her car for 3 or 4 days, another trapped in her home for the same amount of time. Thankfully, they were rescued by some of our finest. But we've heard of many other horrific stories like this. And all in all, Georgia, we have lost 33 of our fellow citizens as a direct result of Hurricane Helene.
I'm finna have to play some music behind here, y'all.
In spite of such tragedy and heartbreak, in spite of the pain that we've seen, there are many stories of hope and perseverance. Over the course of this past week, Marty and I traveled to Valdosta and Augusta and many communities in between.
This finna mess up my video.
From all over the country who came to Georgia to help those in need and get their power back on. We prayed with grieving people and had the honor of shaking hands of those who had worked without sleep, hardly taking any breaks, and without slowing down to get those trapped in homes free. They were feeding those without food and getting housing for those that no longer had a home. Glasscock County, just up the road.
I added my music on top. Dang, only 4 people voted on they hit the like button. Excuse me.
There's a small church that's serving as a miracle for their community. That congregation did not even exist.
Why is this music playing?
Last week they were feeding 400 to 600 people a day.
Can y'all hear the man?
The pastor prayed for us and commented on the beautiful message on Marty's shirt that she wore for several days in Valdosta when we were in Valdosta, in red letters that spelled out simply pray. That's a message we all need right now. And I ask that all of you join our family.
Like, y'all, this music is loud.
They've done it before, but they told me they've never seen one like this, Brian. This is the worst they've seen. Some of them are looking back 25 years. That's a lot, but I want to thank the governor and everybody for having put out to the extent that they've had to, and it's really incredible. Some of the people that we met just now, Congressman Rick Allen, terrific person, Speaker of the Georgia House, John Burns, who's here, former Congressman Doug Collins. Where's Doug Collins? Is he right here? Doug Collins. What a nice guy he is. Oh, Doug, I haven't seen you in so long. You haven't changed. You look good. You look better, actually. If you want to. State Senator Max Burns, who's here, and District Attorney Barbie Christine. And we want to thank you, but we want to thank the people that are working so hard. And we're here in Evans, Georgia, to express our support, our love, and our prayers. And all of the communities, the suffering, it's not even believable when you look and you see the kind of suffering that's going on right now. But one of the biggest, question marks is the fact that there's so many people missing. I've never seen anything where the numbers are so large of of those that are missing, Governor, right? So that's something that hopefully they'll be found, and they'll be found very healthy, but it never looks great. It never looks great. Our hearts break for the more than 200 American families who have lost their lives already. Officially 200, and that number, unfortunately, is going to be going up. It's one of the deadliest storms in American history. More than 24 Georgians have died, including a 27-year-old mother and her 2 precious babies who lived not very far from McDuffie County. And father, a lot of people knew these people. They're great. As father and grandfather, I know that such sudden and tragic loss must be almost unbearable. Don't know how you can even take it. Loved ones all over your county, all over your state, and all over a lot of other states. You have Florida. Think of it. You have Virginia. You have South Carolina, Alabama, North Carolina. Maybe hit the worst. North Carolina is so bad. I want to thank Elon Musk, by the way, for his quick action with Starlink. He supplied a lot of equipment to the governor, to Georgia, and to North Carolina in particular, and he acted very, very quickly. They needed communication. There was no communication. The poles are down, the wires are down, and he acted really, really quickly. In fact, I called him, and I was getting thank you notices already from North Carolina and Georgia, and I wasn't off the phone with him, so I don't know what the hell I guess he's got some kind of a little special deal going. He works pretty fast, I'll tell you, but he's been great. And Larry Ellison made a very big contribution, and a friend of the governor's and mine is right here, Steve Witkoff, who also made a very big contribution. Steve, we appreciate it very much. Thank you. The homes and roads, as the governor told you, it's all being worked on. Everything's being worked on. And the good thing is when I just met a group, and now I met 2 groups, and now I'm meeting a third. And I will tell you that I have no doubt that whatever can be done is going to be done. It's going to take time. It's going to take a lot of effort, and it's a very heartbreaking situation. We're going to go to North Carolina now, and we're going to see some of our friends in North Carolina, some very good friends, and they have just been totally devastated. They've never seen anything like this. But I want to thank everybody for being here, and we have a big election coming up, and if I'm involved, I told the governor, if I'm involved, they're going to get the best treatment. They're going to get treatment like we did in the past. We had a big
Shiloh
and very
Angelina.
hard, and I guess they got hit just as hard, or maybe is this worse, or is this equal? Probably worse. That was a bad one, but we worked 2 or 3 times together in big storms, but I don't think we've seen anything like this, but we got it taken care of in record time, and we will be very open and very committed to this state because it's a great state and you have great leadership, and the governor, again, is doing a fantastic job. So thank everybody very much for being here. I appreciate it, and we may see you later, we may not, but we will be back, and whenever the governor needs us, we will be here. And thank you over there. It's a nice group of people. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
So he done been to 2 places already, and now he's going to North Carolina. And like I said, the FEMA money was spent on the illegals.
Comment down below if y'all love Jesus. Comment down below if y'all love Jesus.
Okay.
Because I do. Because Jesus help you. And you can read the Bible. Comment down below if you love Jesus. Even, did you know, Jesus is God's Father. Son. So, and he also have a mom. And he also have a mom. And you can comment below if you like all of them. Except, don't like the devil if you love Jesus. Comment down below if you love Jesus. Don't like the, because Jesus help you. You could, don't listen to the devil because he might do something bad. Listen to Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Brittany said she loved Jesus.
Okay. Whoever said that don't love Jesus, I love Jesus. Get off this video and don't never come back.
Tell them.
Right. Problem with the devil. Because people would die, they don't come back to life. Yeah, because the devil might, like, and y'all know, Michael Myers is not even a real, but you can have dreams, but it's not even a real boy. It's just people want to kill people. Like it's people in a mask and some clothes like Michael Myers and Jason, and they just want to kill because as you know, this video is on YouTube, and all her classmates have died.
Sit down. You don't have on nothing. No.
It's this little girl. She's probably 7, and all her teachers, all her classmates. Shall be quiet. Yeah, all her class. Mama. Okay. All her class.
Yeah, get down here.
I can't see nothing. All her classmates have died, and this little girl, she's 7, and she go to school, and all her teachers died, and all her classmates died. It's this girl named Olivia, and her father died because the devil have makes. So you know what the devil do? The devil makes people come over to him so he could make them be the devil. So don't listen to the devil. If he says, come here, you don't listen to a stranger. You listen what your mom said. If somebody said, it's somebody. It's funny.
Well, don't tell her to shut up. She's talking.
If somebody say, I know your mom, you have to say you a liar because my mom doesn't even have friends. My mom.
I ain't got no have friends.
Yeah. So if a stranger walk up, don't even listen. Just think what your mama said and says. No, my mom is
welcome back to the Thank you very much.
And run away from strangers in the house. You and let your other doors lock. Okay,
Americans are working.
But as you know, Jesus is the right person you should listen to instead of the devil. The devil is on your daughter's side. The devil is on the red side. Jesus is on like a sky and stuff. But the devil, he has lava on his house and stuff. And Jesus,
I don't know what the devil house look like.
And Jesus, he just have a colorful house. It's definitely not colorful. It's white with Jesus on it. It's in the sky. Yeah, I know that.
Okay, let's get back to our show.
And we love Jesus, so
yes,
say
we
amen.
Do. Amen.
Amen. That was not a prayer.
Girl, it don't matter. They still can say amen if they love Jesus, girl. You don't got to be praying to say amen. Amen mean you agree.
I just want to read a couple things.
Right.
Full-time jobs down almost 500,000.
If anybody say they love Jesus,
800,000. Manufacturing jobs down again. 825,000.
I just got this stuff.
Native born jobs.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. It came in this. No.
I've opened that whole
These are
bag
uncomfortable
I just recently got
There's something wrong. There's something unbalanced
some weeks ago.
about all these numbers and where the country's going.
Oh.
Well, especially so since, as you see, I guess you probably
I didn't
read
say
the numbers where
I said
the
weeks
illegal
ago.
migrants that are coming into the country are getting the jobs. They're getting most of the jobs. And the citizens are getting the jobs. And the other thing that you don't know what to believe anymore, because 818,000 jobs 2 months ago was a fraud. They put in 818,000 extra jobs. And it got wiped out. They said they made a mistake. That wasn't a mistake. That was done on purpose. And it was supposed to come out. That number, the wipeout, was supposed to be after the election. But you had a whistleblower that came out and announced that they defrauded the country. So you say, like, how does that happen? I've never heard of a thing. I've heard of they're off by 10,000, 15,000. They're off by 818,000 jobs. So when is that going to come
Totally
back?
unexpected.
Yeah, well, it's probably be revised. I mean, it's hard to know We've never seen anything like it, as you point
we've
out.
never seen numbers like this.
And again, manufacturing jobs continue to decline, and the manufacturing ISM purchasing managers continues to decline. We haven't had any manufacturing jobs in 2 years. We're in a manufacturing slump, probably a manufacturing recession. Is this attributable, do you think, to Biden-Harris policies?
Yes. It's attributable to the fact that other countries are ripping us off, including Mexico, and a lot of them, China always, but Mexico is really doing a big number on us. We have companies moving down to Mexico. They're making product. They're selling it in, and nobody's talking to them. Nobody's speaking about it. Nobody's putting tariffs on them. If you put tariffs on those companies, you wouldn't have them leaving our country. They're leaving us, going to Mexico, right across the border, building a plant and selling things back into our country. And you can't let them do that. That's what tariffs are for. You put tariffs on, they won't be doing that. And it's like not complicated. It's really simple.
So
where's my bag?
We're going to get to the tax hikes for
I want the free supply.
Your plan, you offer 15%, 21 to 15%.
Because I just realized it, and y'all was supposed to
Which
bring
would be
them
the
home.
lowest I think we've ever had in this country, and make us among the low, probably the lowest, or maybe the second lowest around the entire world. That's how competitive we do. But you got to produce it here. You've got to produce it here. Now, I think that would go a long way towards solving some of these various problems about foreign-born versus native-born manufacturing jobs and things of that sort. Tell me more about that vision. Tell me more what goes along with that.
So first of all, I brought it from 39 down to 21. Okay, it was 39, which was way too high and not competitive, and we were doing very badly. I brought it down to 21. And interestingly, just before I get to the 15, at 21 we did much more business the following year than we did at 39. In other words, we took in more revenue with 21 than we did because it was like that was after the tax cuts. They call them the Trump tax cuts, which were phenomenal. And everybody, just about everybody admits that. Now I'm going to take it from 21 to 15, but you have to make your product here. And I'm going to guard them because a part of it is, as per your first question, we have to guard our companies. Now they're going to have low taxes, low environmental costs, low energy, because I'm going to get the energy drill, baby drill. We're getting the energy way down. We'll have the lowest energy. We're going to have low environmental costs because we're going to move. Look, people are tied up for years on environmental. I'm going to do an expedited environmental review.
Permitting, quick permitting. You had it once in the first term.
One of the reasons.
And then they undid it.
I mean, I was approving plants at levels that nobody's ever seen. We're talking about plants that normally wouldn't get done. But then if you do your product here, you go from 21 to 15. If you don't, you pay 21. 15 makes us the most competitive. There are some countries, but not like this. There are a few countries that are slightly less. But 15 makes us so competitive. Everyone's going to come rushing into our country, but we're going to protect them once they're here with tariffs, so that if somebody wants to make their product outside of our country and sell it in, they have to pay a tariff, a substantial tariff, depending on, all different, because it depends on the country. It depends on where they are, how they're doing. And like we have a case of India, which charges us massive taraffs. You look at Harley Davidson and companies that went to India because they didn't want to pay 150, 200%. Brazil charges us a lot. China, always China. And, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. No president ever took in 10 cents, not even, and I mean it, 10 cents. We never took in any money.
Get from over here.
I took in hundreds of billions of dollars. And now China's totally out of control. We have a deficit with China now that I've never seen anything like it, what they're doing with China. But we have a deficit with the country. We will take it from a deficit. We'll knock that down. When you start charging people tariffs, our country was the richest when we were doing tariffs. That was the richest. This was in the 1880s and 90s. We were if you go back to the dates and you look, our country was so rich, we didn't know what to do with all the money we had. They had committees, the Great Tariff Committee of 1887. This was a committee that was set up to, where do you give all this? What do you do with all the money?
William McKinley.
That was under McKinley.
He was the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee.
Yeah.
The McKinley tariff of 1890.
He was a big tariff.
I read the whole biography. It was 600 pages.
Well, he made money, and Roosevelt spent it. So, Roosevelt gets credit for being a great president. McKinley was actually a great president. He was assassinated. You know why he was assassinated? Because he was charging all these countries money, probably. But we were so rich. We had so much money. They had committees set up on what to do with all the money. Wouldn't that be nice if we had that now?
But if
you have to give it away, we don't have it.
If you make money on these tariffs, would you then allocate it to lower taxes?
Lower taxes and paying off debt.
No. How about this?
And you will pay off a lot of debt.
What about this idea? Let's come back to the 15% corporate rate, which would be phenomenal. I mean, you'd win the global race for capital. You'd win the global race.
Well, you have to do everything.
Yeah. But you mentioned John Deere Company. It's a venerable, old, great American company.
Yeah.
But if they're going to move plants to Mexico and then try to sell stuff back to the U.S., sneak in under, for example, the USMCA tariff schedule, you would charge them a 200% tariff.
Or 100%.
All right, 100%.
I would charge them enough that it would no longer make sense to go to Mexico.
So they
moved a big operation to Mexico. And they come in and they don't have to pay almost pay very little tax. So they're going to make it in Mexico and they're going to sell it in here. And we get killed. All we do is lose jobs. And by the way, that's been happening for years. I stopped it during mine. Then we had to fix COVID. We had to work on the COVID situation. But we had the greatest economy in history. Companies were moving back in like nobody's ever seen. Everything was great.
So that's how
we had the greatest economy in history.
That's how you negotiate. That's the point I'm so driving at.
How John Deere work?
John Deere won't do it because you're threatening. I mean, you will jack up their tariffs.
And save me
They won't
some.
do it.
It wouldn't be a threat.
Now, to some extent,
So you're talking to an imaginary friend. There's literally nobody's
by
friend.
saying this on the campaign trail, all right, you have an excellent chance of becoming president. They're getting the message. So this
You
was
don't have friends.
you
You're talking to
use
imaginary.
tariffs to negotiate. Sometimes on trade, in this case, maybe on other things like remain in Mexico, or perhaps China, or perhaps other countries. I don't think people understand that. That's why I'm raising the question.
A tariff is a beautiful thing, but it's got a bad image. It needs you to fix the image. A tariff, we stop wars with tariffs. I mean, I had cases where I told a country that were being very aggressive with another country, had nothing to do with us. I just don't like seeing dead people, okay? And they were going to go to war. And I said, if you go to war, and they do a lot of business with the United States, I'm putting 100% tariff on everything you do, any business you do with us. No, this has nothing to do. I said, it does have. I stopped a war. Will they get Nobel Prizes? Never. I mean, look what we did with the Abraham Accords, how good that was. But you can stop wars with tariffs. The word tariff, if properly used, not stupidly used, but we used them, and that was when our country was the richest. And, a lot of people say, well, but you had the Depression in the tariffs were put on in 1932. The Depression had long started. We went to the income tax system. We would be able to cut taxes for the people in this country and charge other countries for the use of our country, for the pillage of our country, for the taking of our jobs, because that's what they're doing. And nobody's protected our country. So when I say the 15%, and I had a lot of calls, when I gave the speech and mentioned for the first time the 15, I had calls from the top analysts in the country, in the world, guys that are on your show, saying, where did you ever come up with that idea? Because the concept is 15, but you have to make your product here. Who gave you that idea? I said, I did. I gave me that idea. And they said, that idea is incredible. Because but you also have to protect that, because you have other countries, because they have no labor, no this, no that, they can come in and undercut you. And you know what they do, Larry? They undercut you. They drive your businesses out of business, and then they come in for a much higher number.
And you're still for reciprocity, the concept of reciprocity.
If somebody's charging us 100, we charge them 100. If China charges us on a car 100%, we charge them on a car 100%. It's very simple. I have a certain senator named Lindsey Graham, and he's not into this as much as he is other things.
Yes.
And he's a nice guy, good guy, and he's, he cares. He loves the country. Even though he's a progressive, that's okay. These are minor details. But I said, so Lindsey, let's talk reciprocity. He talks about trade. He says, well, I'm not so much into trade. Tell me. I said, a country is charging us 100% tariff. We're going to charge them for a similar product 100% tariff. He goes, so they charge us, we charge them. You got my vote. You know, it's just simple. But we have guys, even in Congress, that for whatever reason, they don't want to do it. They actually say it's not fair trade. And I say, you're right, it's not fair trade, not fair trade for us. If we do this, we can become overnight a power again economically. We'll never be a power unless we do. Unless we charge and unless we, because, you know, we've been giving foreign countries such benefits over the years. South Korea, we're basically paying for their military. You know, I had them paying billions of dollars. I went to them and said, you're not paying anything. You got to pay. And I had them paying billions of dollars. And I hear Biden gave it up for whatever reason. But look at the advantage they have when you do that. We have been helping countries, we're still helping countries come back from the Second World War. We helped Korea come back from the Korean War. But we never did anything about it. In other words, we've been helping them for many, many decades. It's time we stop. They're a money machine. It's time we stop. And be fair, but it's time we stop. We are helping countries.
But you would work a deal out with
Yeah, work a deal. I can work a deal. I already did. I worked a deal, and then they gave it away. You worked a deal out with Biden Japan in the term also. Biden gave it away. Yes. They agreed to pay me billions of dollars. It was all done. They started paying. Then when he came in, they cut it. And I hear that they're paying nothing again. They were.
We know why he did that for them
millions
that they gave his family.
As opposed to like a Biden where they can get ripped off. You know, I can't imagine they'd say they love me.
It's still an ally of the United States.
Sure, it's an ally, but you know, on trade, it's not an ally. In trade, it's an enemy. It's an enemy. You know, some of the worst people we have in terms of trade are our allies. Japan is, you know, an ally, right? And I made a deal there with Abe, who's a great man who got executed, who got, just horrible what happened. He was assassinated, but he was great. He was a great leader, too. And because I liked him so much, I probably made a softer deal than I would have normally made. But Japan, you know, rips us. They all rip. Almost every country rips us, and I stopped it. Now, China's one, but, you know, it's not just China.
Policy in the second term.
No, you have to protect. First, the companies move in, but then you have to protect them, and you protect them with tariffs. And they either pay the tariff or they move a plant to the United. I want China to build plants for car plants, as an example. I want China to build car plants here, not in Mexico.
Yes.
And it's very simple. I mean, it's amazing that it's not done. And people come to me and they say, wow, that makes sense. But you have congressmen and people that are against it. I said to one man, he's no longer in politics. He happened to be from Pennsylvania, happened to be a senator from Pennsylvania. I said, so let me get this straight. If China's charging us 100% tariff for the similar product, could I charge them 75? No. Why? It's not free trade. I said, okay, could I charge them 50%? They're charging. No, it's not. Could I charge them 25 or even 10%? No. I said, are you a stupid person or what's wrong with you?
Well,
and he never ran for office again.
It becomes free trade.
Let me tell you, he never ran for office again.
I think theoretically, with reciprocity in trade negotiations,
everybody gives up and you go back to nothing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know people.
This is a guy that people said was smart. He never ran for office because I wouldn't give him an endorsement. Because I said anybody that says that. So think of it. We're paying them 100%.
But they can't pay
them 100%. Two things. One of two things are going to happen.
It's going to be
collect the money,
or we're going to all go to
say,
zero.
Let's not pay any. Let's just go back to basics, right? But there are a lot of cases where they're charging us a tremendous amount. We charge them nothing. They're making a fortune. And by the way, hence we have a $35 trillion. We can start cutting into that. We can have. We have a tremendous deficit in this country. We've had it for decades, right? But we have a tremendous deficit in this country. We can go to almost no deficit almost immediately.
Let's talk. You're right.
Now, one thing. we've treated the world nice for a long time. We've been run by stupid people that allowed us to get into this situation.
Yep.
And it's about time these other countries play a little ball with us.
Exactly.
And all I want is fairness. And if they're fair, we have something that you've never seen in this country till, I mean, literally the 1880s, the 1890s. But that was the time, you know, you hear about wealth, but we were giving a lot away for a long time. That was the time we were the richest. We were so rich.
Wow.
And it was all based on tariff. There was no income tax. It was all based on countries coming. And if you look at some of McKinley's words, he was very beautiful in the word, we will not allow the pillage of our country. And if they're going to take our jobs, and if they're going to do this and that, they've got to pay for it. And all I'm saying is that they've got to pay for it.
Right.
We talked about a golden age. We talked about new industrialism.
I'm going to come back to Trump real quick. We 17 minutes in. You know, I got to give y'all versatility. I like this young lady right here. Her name is Amalia. Actually, her name sounds African. Her last name, Expunani. Her last name sounds black. Wait a minute. What is this? Oh, back to Chimney Rock for answers. Oh, wow. I may need to look at that. Oh, we're going to look at what's happening in the hurricane, y'all. Oh, wow. Look at this stuff. Oh, wow. Let me follow the smart person.
Americans to do rescue missions, to save people's lives, to recover bodies. It is absolutely insane what is happening. And right now we're talking about a lack of funding for these relief causes. Where did your money go? We're going to be answering that question. And I think you sort of know the answer if you've been following this being.
Hey guys, yeah, tough topic today. I wish there were more that we could do, but at least I'm glad to be shining the light on this one today. So let's get into it.
Yeah, it's been really interesting. I have family that, of course, lives in Florida, so they were preparing for this hurricane, and luckily we're in an area that was not hit too badly at all. A few people in their town sort of lost power. My grandparents didn't. My mother luckily didn't. But to see what has happened as the hurricane has continued to sort of travel on its path is absolutely insane. We have this tweet from John Rich. A lot of people are speaking to people on the ground, sort of trying to figure out and get the full scope of what's happening there. He said, I spoke to a friend of mine in law enforcement in North Carolina. He said they have, and I quote, already used over 500 body bags. There are bodies in trees, mud, cars, houses, everywhere. No Fed support whatsoever. Think about that. And of course, like, this is all alleged because we're getting death toll reports that are continuously going up and continuously, adding numbers to them. It looks like we're at a little over 200 right now in the official death toll that's being published by the media. But as John Rich just put out from his friend in law enforcement, they've used over 500 body bags. You also have reports from people who are on the ground who are just filming the devastation, filming their firsthand accounts of what's going on. And they are talking about hundreds of people having lost their lives, if not thousands. There are some reports alleging that entire towns have been wiped out, that there are people in houses and cars and in trees that are just completely being washed away in the water and in the floods and in everything that is going on. So I can only imagine that this death toll is going to keep climbing, and we're relying a lot on firsthand accounts, on text messages from people who are on the ground, because a lot of these people do not even have internet connection to be able to report what's going on. We're also hearing reports that there is virtually no press on the ground to be documenting what is going on, to be documenting the death toll. So I can only imagine that what is happening is far worse than anything we're hearing. And you have to wonder, is this being downplayed for us because this is such an extreme failure, or do we simply just not have the resources to get the proper reporting done and to get the actual numbers out to the American people? Now, interestingly enough, at the end of that message that John Rich shared, he said there's no Fed support whatsoever, no support from the federal government whatsoever. FEMA is apparently on the ground. Of course, they're the agency that is responsible for emergency management, but we're also getting several reports that FEMA is not only not doing their job, but they're not allowing fellow American citizens to go and do rescue missions, to have drones to possibly aid in body recovery or saving the lives of people who are stuck in situations and can't get out. They are threatening to arrest, law enforcement there is threatening to arrest American citizens who are attempting to go out and help other people. They are stopping private citizens with helicopters and different means of travel and transportation from getting resources to people who are in need or getting people out of situations where they are stuck and fearing for their lives. They are stopping people who are trying to go in and rescue those who are dealing with medical issues that necessitate that they be at some sort of hospital or receiving medical care. Things like dialysis, people who need insulin, people on cancer treatments. It is absolutely insane, the reports that are coming out of here. But of course, I have to say alleged, because a lot of this is not being confirmed by the media. We do have.
Well, we know the media, all they do is lie, so why would they confirm the truth?
Of what's happening recently. And what it does confirm is that this is an absolute failure by the Biden-Harris administration.
All the media do is lie, so why would they tell us the truth? Come on now.
Into account when we head to the ballot box this election cycle, I don't know what to do. Like, if this does not change the minds of people who are adamantly supporting Kamala Harris and the Harris Walls campaign, I don't know what else to tell you. If this does not reinforce that they care far more about people who are not American citizens than Americans themselves, I don't know what to tell you. Now, here's a video of Kamala Harris talking about who was most devastated and impacted by storms and hurricanes like that of Helene. Mind you, we're in hurricane season currently. There is more to come. And we're also going to cover a report from Secretary Mayorkas that FEMA does not have the funds to handle additional storms and additional disasters that are going to come on the heels of Hurricane Helene. Now, here's Kamala Harris.
It is our lowest income communities and our communities of color that are most impacted by these extreme conditions and impacted by issues that are not of their own making. And so we absolutely. And so
get one of them other
phones,
Leah.
Address this in a way that is about giving resources based on equity, understanding that we fight for equality, but we also need to fight for equity, understanding not everyone starts out at the same place. And if we want people to be in an equal place, sometimes we have to take into account those disparities.
So what you trying to say?
That work.
What you trying to say?
Okay, so with everything happening, we must remind ourselves that people of color and women are part of marginalized identities, and they're going to be impacted the most.
What the
Let's
hell?
Focus on whoever is on the ground being impacted by this, regardless of their skin color, regardless of their sex.
Like, what
Instead,
are you even talking about?
This woke ideology of intersectionality and this idea of
ain't no
equity.
certain skin color in the parts of North Carolina that got hit by the hurricane. That affected every color that lived there. Oh my God. Y'all better, this lady is not for nobody in America.
And then say that people of color and women are most impacted. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I have so much to get through, but we're just going to keep going. I'm going to leave you to sort of marinate on what you just heard from Kamala Harris, that in the wake of a natural disaster, she's thinking about the color and the sex of the people who are going to be most deeply impacted. If you're wondering, where's Biden in all of this?
Wait a minute, let's go back a little bit. Let's see what earrings she had on. Who told her this dumb story?
Issues that are not of their own making. And so
she got on them same earrings, the ones that's
and so we have to address
telling her stuff
in a way that is about giving resources based on equity. Understand?
Girl, you just shut up.
We're very happy across the board.
What the hell do you mean you very happy across the board?
Storm you're talking about.
What does the state of the storm zone need, Mr. President? What are the states of the storm zone? What do they need after what you saw today? Oh, in the storm zone? Yes, sir. I don't know what storm you're talking about. They get everything they need. They're very happy across the board.
What?
What do the states in the storm zone need, Mr. President?
Lord.
Oh, the storm zone. I'm wondering what
which
storm you're
one?
talking about. They're getting everything they need.
And
they
they're
are
good.
very happy. They're getting everything they need. They're very happy.
Did y'all
is
hear
what,
that?
Joe Biden says. Now, of course, he doesn't even know where he is. He doesn't know what day it is. He doesn't know what he ate for lunch. But it's absolutely ridiculous to parade this man around in front of the media and have him answer questions in this way. Not only to not know what storm you're referring to,
He's the president.
Storm zone, but to say that the people are happy and they're getting everything they need.
Girl, they repeated the question. Then he said the storm zone. I'm trying to remember which one you're talking about.
All of this. He doesn't even know what storm you're talking about.
What do the states in the storm zone need, Mr. President? Okay. What do the states in the storm zone, what do they need after what you saw today? Oh, in the storm zone? Yes, sir. I don't know what storm you're talking about. They're getting everything they need. They're very happy across the board.
What do the states in the storm zone need, Mr. President? Oh, the storm zone. I'm wondering what storm you're talking about.
Why wasn't his PR person right there to tell him, make sure he understood the question? I'm saying they just got him out here looking like a plumb idiot. A robot, a clone, somebody that don't even know, like she said, what he ate for breakfast. He don't even know where he is right now. I did hear the helicopter loud in the background, so I'm giving the benefit of the doubt. But come on.
They're getting everything they need. They are very happy. They're getting everything they need. They're very happy. Is what Joe Biden says. Now, of course, he doesn't even know where he is. He doesn't know what day it is. He doesn't know what he ate for lunch. But it's absolutely ridiculous.
CB, my moderator said they struggling down there.
Have him answer questions in this way. Not only to not know what storm you're referring to and what they mean by a storm zone, but to say that the people are happy and they're getting everything they need, when everything they need requires, it entails stopping American citizens from being able to help others, entails a lack of resources, a lack of money and federal funding to this region, a lack of supplies for those who are deeply impacted, a lack of medical care.
Right, well, they must see all these millions of people that's affected by this hurricane, so
completely
the Dems better wake
you have
up.
people on the ground alleging that it looks like an apocalyptic America. That's what they're seeing on the ground. Houses being devastated, falling over, and in a domino effect, knocking over other houses, completely destroying towns, livelihoods, families. And, you know, when Kamala Harris says she's going to help people of color and women, and she's going to be equitable, you know, all across we want the equal outcome. What is the equal outcome, you ask? The equal outcome is $750 for those on the ground impacted. When you're thinking, how much money do you think one needs in order to gain instant relief from what's happening right now? Apparently the answer is $750.
And the federal relief and assistance that we have been providing has included FEMA providing $750 for folks who need immediate needs being met.
What the hell is that supposed to do?
Formula and the like, and you can apply now for anyone who is watching this who has been affected. There are FEMA personnel who are going door to door to interact personally with folks, especially those who do not have electricity. But also that aid, if you have electricity, can be applied for online, and I encourage people to do that. FEMA will just basically verify your address, and then process should take hold.
There you go, $750, and all you can do, you log in and you apply.
$750,
right, guys? Except now we have multiple videos from people in places like North Carolina, South Carolina, going on the internet and saying, I went to apply for the measly $750 that the American government was going to give me for immediate relief in this situation. And I was immediately denied. They're being denied the $750. So I don't know if it's a glitch in the system, if they have failed to roll this out properly, and that is what is leading to the denials. But you have many reports of people saying, I am not receiving the $750. And here I am in this devastated zone with nothing to do and no support. Absolutely nuts. And if you needed to hear about the supposed funding that's going to be coming from FEMA, an agency like this, here is Secretary Mayorkas talking about FEMA and the fact that they are tremendously prepared. However, tremendously prepared changes really quickly when he analyzes how much funding FEMA has to deal with these disasters.
FEMA is tremendously prepared. This is what we
Really?
do. This is what they do.
Tremendously
and the key
prepared.
Here, Rebecca, is also to make sure that the communities
and these
who
people
are
not
potentially
getting nothing
impacted are prepared as well. And it's not just hurricanes.
I'm finna go through all my
fire,
kids' clothes and everything.
also
This is a
extreme
perfect
heat,
time,
which
Lord
certainly
Jehovah.
some parts of the United States
we finna
are already
give help these
experiencing.
people.
Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas sounding the alarm on FEMA funding right after the devastation of Hurricane Helene. Listen.
We are meeting the immediate needs with the money that we have. We are expecting another hurricane hitting. We do not have the funds. FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season.
This all comes as the Biden-Harris administration
Look at this.
over $1 billion from a
Look at this. To the migrants, the FEMA money. Look. I paused it for a reason. Look at that. I'm in tears. Heartbreaking. This is terrible. They do not care about America.
FEMA program on services for migrants. Attorney General of the great state of Florida, Ashley Moody.
Okay. Well, we're going to revisit that clip in just a bit there. So they're tremendously prepared. This is what we do, right? We're the federal agency that saves everybody when an emergency takes place. We're there. We're on the ground immediately. You heard from the Biden administration, what, on Wednesday's show? They said the Biden administration is going to fly into the southeast coast of the United States, and we are not leaving until everything is fixed. But according to Biden, he doesn't even know what storm you're talking about, and everybody's happy. Everybody's taken care of. And we're going to approach this with an equitable mindset and give $750 to the American people impacted, except they're not getting the $750. They are being denied. So meanwhile, FEMA has spent over $1 billion with a billion on illegal migrants. And we're going to get into these programs and how these things break down. You know, when you're an illegal migrant and you cross the southern border and you're like, how do I get to New York City? You can just ask the federal government. The federal government will get you a bus, a train, a flight, whatever you need to get there. They will pay for that. They'll give you a cell phone if you need that. You can get medical care that is covered by us, the U.S. taxpayer. And if you need housing, they'll set you up in an apartment or a house, and that is fully funded by the federal government. Your utilities fully paid for by the federal government. So when we're looking at that billion with a B that FEMA spent on these illegal migrants, these are the sorts of things that we're talking about. And when people raise their hand and say, wait a second, shouldn't our money go to us? And isn't FEMA made for emergency management? Isn't Hurricane Helene an emergency? Aren't the hurricanes following Hurricane Helene emergencies? You know how we could easily not pay for illegal migrants to stay in this nation, to fly wherever they want, to have cell phones, to get medical care, by not allowing them in the first place, by utilizing Border Patrol and law enforcement at the southern border in the way they are supposed to be utilized, which is, yes, helping people who are seeking asylum, helping people who are refugees, but also making sure that our border is secure and we're not just letting anybody and their mother, brother, and sister into our country. And if you needed this confirmed with eyewitness accounts, if you needed to hear it from the migrants themselves, we're going to turn to a video here from Savannah Hernandez, where she's reporting on migrants who are being set up in apartments here in the United States in the middle of a housing crisis, when many Americans are struggling to find places to rent, struggling to find places to live, and when they do find them, they are exorbitantly expensive. Migrants are staying in those same places for free. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth.
How much is rent here?
Free. 2 years, 3 years.
After 2 years, we have to pay the rent.
All right, y'all, this is Savannah Hernandez in Brunswick, Maine, reporting to you from the apartments where migrants are getting their rent paid for up to 2 years. Now, I wanted to give you guys a first inside look at these units. The migrants shared with us that they come furnished, so they have a flat screen TV in there, wooden chairs, a bed. We also asked them as well, hey, are you paying utilities here? They shared with us that no, they do not have a water bill,
better
they do
than
not
me.
have an electricity bill.
And what about the light and the water?
Everything is we don't pay anything.
Now, I wanted to focus in on this area.
They don't pay
of Maine,
nothing.
because there is a housing crisis going on currently for residents, and these buildings were initially created for Maine residents, but then it was decided that homeless migrants would be living here. Now, as an American, you can rent out one of these units, but a 1-bedroom is going to run you about $1,800, and a 2-bedroom is going to run you about $2,300. By the way, the average housing price for a house over here in Brunswick is about $480,000. So there was obviously a lot of outrage when it was first discovered that migrants were going to be housed here for free on taxpayer dollar. Now, I wanted to focus in on Brunswick as well, because this is the same county that has received FEMA funding from that same program that spent almost $1 billion through the fiscal year of 2023 and 2024 on sheltering illegal immigrants throughout the United States of America. By the way, FEMA coming out and saying that they have run out of that funding.
We are expecting another hurricane hitting. We do not have the funds. FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season.
This is why I wanted to come up this way. This is why I wanted to come to Brunswick, because I wanted to show you guys a comparison of how the federal government is treating American citizens versus illegal immigrants and migrants in this country. This okay. Do you need to see more?
Right, do you need to see any more? I don't think so.
Interestingly enough, okay, when I say you're not mad enough, and that's what the thumbnail of this video says, I made it. You're not mad enough at how anybody can look at what's happening right now and think I'm going to support Kamala Harris on the other end of this. It honestly boggles my mind. It boggles my mind. And it extends far further than our government agencies, this current administration. I mean, we all saw the photo that Kamala Harris posted on Twitter where she said, we're working, to help the people impacted by Hurricane Helene. And she's writing on a blank white piece of paper. She has headphones in her ears and her phone on the desk, except the cord of the headphones is not actually attached to the phone. So what she's doing in that image, I don't know. Who she's talking to that's been deeply impacted by this hurricane, I don't know. Clearly nobody. It seems as though it was a very staged photo. Meanwhile, your other candidate, your other option has actually got people on the ground. He's helping with Elon Musk to get Starlink connected so that these people have access to internet and other resources. And what's happening? The federal agencies on the ground are trying to stop Elon, trying to stop Starlink from being connected. They're not allowing them to do their jobs. And if you need proof of that, Elon has posted on Twitter text messages amongst him and his team where they're talking about being met with a brick wall and trying to go in and help the people who are in these regions. You have to ask yourself why. Why would you be stopping people? I guess you could argue, oh, it's a liability. We allow these private companies and these private citizens to go on rescue missions, or they try to get people attached to resources and care. We don't know what's going to happen to them. Or it could be that they want you to rely on agencies like FEMA. They have to promote.
When FEMA just said they don't have no money.
Of authority that they have over the American people, even though it seems as though at this very moment we're far more capable of taking care of ourselves than they are capable of taking care of us. And you're not mad enough at them. You're not mad enough at this current administration, and you're not mad enough at the media, because what I just showed you was proof that FEMA has utilized funds for illegal migrants, housing them, flying them around, giving them all these different resources, and now an outlet like NBC News is publishing this. False claims about FEMA disaster funds and migrants pushed by Trump.
Well, we just heard FEMA themselves say they don't have the money.
It details Donald Trump saying something along the lines of, oh, they stole the money from FEMA and they utilized it for illegal migrants. And the fact check on this is not that FEMA has not spent over $1 billion on illegal migrants. They certainly have. The article details that. It just says that they didn't steal those funds from the funds that they normally allocate to natural disasters and emergencies. It's a different type of fund that they set aside to handle the situation at the border and to get these illegal migrants.
So then why FEMA don't have any money then?
So they didn't steal the funds. The funds were there and already allocated to illegal migrants instead of being allocated to natural disasters and the American people. So when I say you're not bad enough at them, now we can include the media on the list, not to mention the billions of dollars that have been spent on this inflation.
I don't think so, Brittany. It's 20 million migrants
here in the United States.
So that little bit of money, I think they use more money than just that.
What's going on right now? You guys remember the billions
$1 billion ain't nothing for 20 million migrants.
Are those funds
they've spent more than that
for the American people?
And
like,
speaking of the
y'all,
Inflation
millions
Reduction
is nothing
Act,
for real.
$40 billion was allocated from that $1 trillion+ bill to specifically deal with infrastructure and broadband development in rural areas, which is exactly what people are currently suffering from the lack of. And early on in that process,
think about it. Kamala just giving every American $25,000 for first-time home buyers just puts us in the trillions right there. And for
Biden administration determined that they did not want to use Elon Musk's Starlink and instead favored fiber optic. But the only problem is 0 people have been connected with that $40 billion allocation as of
$40
yet.
billion.
The first ones aren't expected to be connected until, I believe, 2025, and it's not expected to be completed until 2030, which isn't a lot of help to the people who need it right now. And the great irony is Elon Musk is currently the one, through his own private means, going into these communities and connecting people at his own expense with the very technology that the Biden administration in its infinite wisdom decided was far too inferior to their other ideas of fiber optics. So, they say don't attribute to malice what you can attribute to stupidity, but it's starting to get to a point where it feels like malice. It feels like it's willful. And, we have this, we're talking about an administration who's trotted out a senile presidential candidate who apparently is no longer fit to run for president, but is still fit to run the country. But is also clearly not when you see him saying he doesn't know what storm you're referring to. And just the way these things have been rolled out with FEMA, with this disaster relief, it's been so bad that you can't help but think that there's a purposefulness behind it.
Yeah, it does seem purposeful. And then you get another candidate, which, despite all the problems you may have with him, is saying, we want to put Americans first. And then he's called, a white supremacist or a white nationalist for saying that we should put Americans first, which is so very clear that America first needs to be a philosophy that we move forward with, because we keep getting evidence after evidence after evidence of American people being put on the back burner for other endeavors. And if you needed that evidence sort of laid out for you with numbers right next to it, here it is. This is posted by Isabella DeLuca. Look at these billions of dollars.
Look.
And I'll maybe put it in full screen.
Yeah, put it in full screen.
To Ukraine, to Israel, Ethiopia, Jordan, Egypt, Afghanistan, Somalia, Yemen, Congo, Syria, $9,000 per illegal immigrant that has entered the U.S. And it's probably higher than that with what we're looking at. How much does 2 years rent run an illegal immigrant, or really run you, because you're the one paying for it? Let's be honest there. Far more than $9,000, I would imagine.
Right, so we know they lying.
Plus the phones, plus the medical bills, all of these different things.
And the utilities.
Probably $9,000, but we'll put that as an average. $9,000, sure. And the American government decides that you should get $750 if you're dealing with what's happening with Hurricane Helene. And it's very reminiscent of what we saw happen in Maui, in Hawaii.
Right.
How much money did those people
Oprah wanted us to donate to
Maui,
and she a whole billionaire and stole half their land anyway.
You still have people in Hawaii now who are recovering from the devastation of those
Americans
fires.
First. Okay, lovely.
And now, with
and guess what I got?
And others coming in our hurricane season, $750 for immediate relief. I watch this, and it just it really just gets you thinking of how can somebody logically come to this conclusion. And yeah, what Taylor said is so true. Is it malice? Is it ignorance and stupidity? I'm not so sure. Maybe it seems like a mixture of both. I saw somebody, Ian Carroll, shout out to Ian. He puts out some solid takes. He said it almost seems like they are purposefully Like, they know they're losing this election. They know that Donald Trump is going to win, it seems, allegedly. And they're just trying to set America on the worst course possible so that he has a mess, a disaster to clean up in his next 4 years. And they can sort of do the same thing they did in his first term
he can't
with
do
COVID
nothing.
and place the blame on him for handing them back a shattered economy, handing them back all of these disasters, handing them back all of these things that they need to recover. You know, if I was leaning into conspiracy, that is where I would be at this point.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
It's just
now
so
we see what they did in 2016.
To watch this happen and to know what's going on, and to not be hearing the extent of this from the press, and actually just hearing from American citizens what they're seeing. And the fact that people are being stopped from helping others it's just nuts. And of course, we have those reports out of Maine with the illegal migrants that are being paid up to 2 years of rent. In New York City, I believe it's up to 7 months in rent. And you have kids that are being held out of school so that their schools can be made into shelters. We now have a FEMA whistleblower that has come forward alleging that the agency misappropriated funds in the wake of Helene, withheld disaster aid, and that responders and service members have been waiting in hotels without deployment orders.
Wow.
This is alleged from a FEMA whistleblower, but we're also, again, hearing from people on the ground that are saying the federal agencies and people that have been sent there by the federal government are stopping aid from being given to people who are experiencing these problems. You're hearing, let me see if I have this video, Pete Buttigieg here talking about drones that could be used to help people in the hurricane disaster zone. Let's hear from him.
Our goal is to make sure that funding is no obstacle to very quickly getting people the relief that they need and deserve. There's also some safety issues that come up. For example, temporary flight restrictions to make sure that the airspace is clear for any flights or drone activity that might be involved in helping to allow those emergency responders to do their job. Our goal is
even though we're getting reports that they're not doing their job, I don't know. It sounds weird. And of course, yeah, we've heard other people confirm the airspace is closed off. You have, like I said at the top of this show, private citizens with private means of transportation, some of whom have helicopters that they are offering to help aid in rescuing people and recovering bodies and getting resources dropped to people who need it. And they're telling them no. You're not able to use your helicopter. You're not able to use any means of flight that you have to help people on the ground. So at the very least, this is like so covered in red tape and bureaucracy that we can't get people who are willing to help and able to help out there fast enough. At the worst, this is like a coordinated effort to not have people helped for some reason. Yeah. I don't know. It seems really strange to me what's going on. Now you're going to hear. Yeah, go for it.
Like I can sympathize with the idea of needing, a coordinated effort when it comes to airspace and whatnot. But at the same time, I've lived through some hurricanes when I lived in Louisiana, and it is an all hands on deck effort to help people in the wake of devastation. In Louisiana, they got the Cajun Navy where everyone brings out their boats and citizens are
like the whole world
all over the place wherever they can to use their own personal boats to help their fellow citizens. And I saw reports of a NASCAR driver from that area in North Carolina using his own helicopter to fly
in the hotels
things to people. And the fact that they're like shutting down private help. Tim Kennedy was just on Instagram with Chris Pratt and Jocko Willink talking about their efforts to try to help people and how those are being hampered. And we're talking about that incompetence versus malice, and they seem to be intertwined here because it's government bureaucracy that's laced with incompetence that stops help from getting to where it needs to go. I've heard that they've been like gatekeeping and kind of allocating resources and saying we can be the only ones to distribute and all that. And of course, I'm sure there's isolated instances. The reports are mixed. We don't really have a great idea, but just the tone and tenor of what you're hearing from the Biden administration just feels like they're putting up more barriers than they are trying to help. And just from what I've seen in disaster relief, the more hands the better. And you want people who have the resources to help to be able to help. It's such a simple thing. So when Americans aren't even being allowed to help their fellow citizens, I mean, if that's not malice, I don't know what is.
Yeah, and it's just
crazy to watch this all happen and hear the reports from people. We're going to hear more on the other end of this. I did speak about videos from people who are American citizens being affected by this. We'll play one right now about the FEMA disaster relief funds, that $750.
I just saw the video.
Rewind what, Lovelace? Which part?
Resources and saying we can be the only ones to distribute and all that. Jocko Willink talking about their efforts to try to help people and how those are being hampered, and we're talked about that incompetence versus malice, and they seem to be intertwined here because it's government bureaucracy that's laced with incompetence that stops help from getting to where it needs to go. I've heard that they've been like gatekeeping and kind of allocating resources and saying we can be the only ones to distribute and all that. And of course, I'm sure there's isolated incidents, the reports are mixed. We don't really have a great idea, but just the tone and tenor of what you're hearing from the Biden administration just feels like they're putting up more barriers than they are trying to help. And just from what I've seen in disaster relief, the more hands the better, and you want people who have
we know it's malice, Lovelace, right?
Such a simple
Depopulation.
thing. So when Americans aren't even being allowed to help their fellow citizens, I mean, if that's not malice, I don't know what is.
Yeah, and it's just crazy to watch this all happen and hear the reports from people. We're going to hear more on the other end of this. I did speak about videos from people who
because hurricanes are natural disasters don't mean the government didn't have nothing to do with making this hurricane be stronger than it was. Like, come on now, wake up. Okay. They playing with them satellites like video games, and they causing this and using these supposed to be natural disasters to depopulate the country.
American citizens being affected by this. We'll play one right now about the FEMA disaster relief funds, that $750.
Trump is in favor in North Carolina.
I just saw the video
just seen
of Kamala Harris in my hometown, Augusta, Georgia, speaking to people like everything's going to be okay. She's sitting there telling us that go online, apply. Well, okay, hundreds of us still don't have power, internet services. Sure, we can get to it. We can fight. We can apply. We can get on it for immediate assistance. Well, I went on because we split. We went to Columbia right away and got our hotel room. Now, luckily, we're in an Airbnb. This is a place that we get to live. I get to give my kids some hot water, some power, some food, just some comfort, something to help them know that this is going to be okay while our house is back home destroyed and filling up with water. The floors are caving in. Hundreds of people. That's happening to everybody around the city. Like I said, we still don't have water, still don't have power. Slowly it's getting restored, and I think all the linemen that are out there working so hard from all the other states, they're the only ones that are actually getting things done, not the freaking government. Because you're telling us to go online to FEMA and apply, and you'll get immediate help for $750. Well, okay, I went on FEMA, I applied, and I immediately got denied because apparently I have homeowners insurance, and that's going to cover that. And okay,
what?
Sure, I know it will. It'll get taken care of.
Well, so what?
I'm safe and alive. I know it's just things. It's a house, but it's not immediate. And I don't know what is she talking about. I have no idea. Nobody I know has had immediate assistance. Nobody's $750. What, to our Cash App? What are you going to get? How are we going to do this? How are we going to get this? So then, if we get the $750, that'll barely cover the groceries that we've all lost in our freezers and refrigerators and everything. Also, there's thousands of pine trees, just like this one, and oak trees, and all these trees all over the entire city. Power lines are everywhere. They're ripped apart. Poles are down. Transformers are down. It's going to take weeks to get this repaired in some places. So
what is $750 supposed to do?
People are going around. There's tree people that are going around riding through neighborhoods. Hey, you guys need help? Come on. Some of them are trying to get you to sign a contract right there on the spot. No quote, no money down. We're just going to get to work. Okay, so then a lot of times you have to bring in a crane. There's trees on all these houses. So now we have to get a crane to pick up the tree. Okay, the crane runs $3,500.
Wow.
Awesome. And then the groundwork is, I was told, $150 per hour, $185 per hour, just until the work's done. And you just have to trust this, that it's going to get done, and you have to pay out of pocket. And
so there's just hundreds of these. If you just go on X, I implore you, if you're wondering about more of these first-hand accounts, click on one video on X's first-hand account and just scroll. It'll be the next woman telling you that she got denied the $750. It'll be the next person telling you they had to pick up 2 kids who have no idea where their parents are and who may or may not have been lost in the flood. It'll be people from the Save Our Allies organization talking about how they're being stopped from helping and getting supplies to people. And you can just scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll and listen to everything that people are saying. Now, I'm reading the chat and people say, "Amala, you're lying. I live here and we are getting help." It's not to say that nobody is getting help. This is not the purpose of this video. It's that the help is not extensive enough and that the government had a whole lot of funding that could have been going to helping this disaster relief and helping it go a ton faster. And guess what it went to? It went internationally, or it's here nationally, and it's being used on illegal immigrants. So tell me where the lie is. Yeah. Let me know where I'm lying. And please drop it in the comments down below and let me know exactly where the lie exists in this. NBC tried to do that, tried to point out the lie from Donald Trump saying they didn't steal the funds from the shelter funding system that was set up for illegal migrants. It's just a separate set of funds. And you know what? More will come out in the wake of this. You do have a lady who made a video. It's here on X somewhere. Apologies, I don't have the link for it.
Get your inhaler, Lovelace. I don't need you in the hospital. They probably don't have no power.
Some FEMA employees talking about the death toll in this case and that it's probably far, far higher than anything that is being projected right now. And it's just so unfortunate to watch this play out and to watch.
I wish I could see her chat, but it's not showing.
I don't know. We're going to learn really quickly what happens when your government does not prioritize citizens. We're going to learn that really quickly, and I can't imagine the devastation that people on the ground are dealing with.
Well, we about to watch some devastation videos in a minute.
It's tough to.
And we need more money. And of course, lockdown emergencies, even blue states, because of what this administration has adopted and shelter. So you to fact this is
about the FEMA dollars advocated to migrants.
Good morning, Todd. Yeah, everyone should be waking up this morning outraged by that comment. This is not something that has just happened recently, and Florida's been warning about this since this administration took over.
Yep.
Mayorkas has come in like a virus and infected these what need to be healthy, strong, fundamental programs to ensure the stability and safety of Americans in times of disaster. So you heard, they have taken the FEMA Emergency Food and Shelter Program and over time siphoned off hundreds of millions of dollars into basically making it an illegal immigrant resettlement program. And so when you see these states and cities around the nation declaring emergencies, even blue states, because of what this administration has done, encouraging more and more.
But y'all still voting blue.
More and more people to come here. The government, Biden and Harris, are having to fund that on the backs of the American people. And now, right now, when Florida, North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, all of these states are hurting because of this truly natural disaster, not a Biden-Harris made disaster.
Was it a truly natural disaster?
Of course they need more money because they've been laundering it from the true intended purpose of this fund that Congress set forth.
And I gotta ask, dude, if you're not even in an area that's been impacted by this disaster and you're just a regular American citizen, the average Joe who's maybe living in a house, paying your mortgage, or you're renting like I am, and you're paying rent every month, how stupid do you feel? How stupid do you feel that you pay rent every month and somebody can just cross the border and not pay rent for 7 to 2
for 2 years, and I'm struggling here paying this high ass rent.
If you entered this country,
these high utilities, this high food, this high gas, high clothes, high everything.
Whole ordeal to become
on a teacher salary that I just started 3 weeks ago.
And now your money goes to people who decided to go the illegal route and just enter the country. And now they get their utilities paid for. They got their rent paid for 2 years. They're holed up in an American apartment that could be going to American citizens who are dealing with a housing crisis. And your government gave it the thumbs up. gave it the okay. All of these stories exist independent
I ain't
of
seen my lights
the
go up
disaster
yet,
that's happening
even though people keep
in
saying they don't hit
Southeast,
the light
Southeast
button.
United States
I'm
right
still
now.
at 13
All
lights.
of these stories exist independent of that. This is just like the straw that breaks the camel's back on top of this. The fact that these things happen independent of any sort of natural disaster or the other natural disasters to come should be able to, you know, turn the light bulb on, wake people up and make us think, oh, well, even if this didn't happen, what if something else comes down the bend? What if there's something where I need assistance and I find out that billions of dollars have gone in other directions? Absolutely insane. I don't know that I have anything else to say on this subject matter. I wanted to lay out the storyline. Taylor, anything you want to add?
Do you think they'll get away with this? This seems so on the nose. This is not, like you said, a natural disaster. I mean, we have a natural disaster, but we had before that a man-made, government-made disaster in the form of 10 million migrants being allowed to pour into the country. And now we've spent all of our money, emptied our coffers, apparently, on dealing with that, you know, a totally avoidable, self-inflicted issue that we've been gaslit about for years. I have this tweet from Tony Kinnett. He said, 2020, Mayorkas, who's the DHS secretary who's over the border, and FEMA, who said in 2020, closing the border is xenophobic. And then in 2021, he said, the border is secure, nothing to see here. 2022, there is no illegal immigration. 2023, the increase in illegal immigration is temporary. 2024, illegal immigration is good. And then in October, we gave illegals the whole budget. And that's kind of where we are. And, you know, how much gaslighting, how much lying is too much. And before Americans are being hit with these realities so much, and, you know, we get, oh, well, this government official said that what was said over there is not true. And, oh, well, we're going to fact check this. And it wasn't actually that money.
Need an inhaler, but I'm going to need one after
stop
this.
treating us like we're dumb. Like, we can see what's going on here. Mm-hmm. We can see the number of zeros behind the money that is going to foreign countries and to illegal immigrants and the problems that you guys have created. And then we can see $750, people saying on TikTok that I applied for that. My house was devastated. I lost absolutely everything, but I was denied the measly $750 because I'm of too high of income or because I have home insurance. It's such a slap in the face to American intelligence and to our citizenship that we're expected to pay for all this stuff on a form of, and expected to just, you know, allow the government to do whatever the hell it wants and allow the media to cover for them. And Matt Walsh, I saw in his coverage of this disaster, made a really good point. George Bush was infamous in 2005 in the response to Hurricane Katrina because he flew over the devastation, and there was a famous photo taken where he's in a helicopter looking out over the devastation as the president, and that went viral. You got Kanye West saying George Bush doesn't care about black people in the wake of it. There's all kinds of controversy, and no one's saying that was handled perfectly. But he was there for one thing, and, you know, he didn't go down for a photo op. But then you have this new photo of Kamala Harris, whose phone's not plugged in, whose notepad is blank, and nobody even knows where she is. It wasn't close to the devastation. And
let's pause this. Paper blank. Earbud not plugged to this phone. Ain't nothing on this paper. Ain't nothing on none of these papers. What is she doing? Who's she talking to? The chair? It's not plugged into this phone. Do they think we stupid? Wake up.
Where's the media outrage over that? Where's anybody talking about, you know, how out of touch she is? Where's the criticism levied against that? Where's the criticism of Joe Biden not even knowing what storm you're talking about? It's the amount of gaslighting and the amount of just thinking Americans are stupid and just going to take this city down, I think has reached a boiling point. And I think that
send me more so I can share them on here.
I don't know what will,
I can just go to my history.
like, you know, the jig is up with this administration and the Democrat media machine and what they've been trying to do to the American people. And if things don't change in the next election next month, I don't know how that could have possibly
Staged like a mud brick.
It's so for, I mean, and there's other things we could have stacked on this show that would make it far too long. You have the James O'Keefe, his O'Keefe Media Network or whatever, putting out behind the scenes videos that they took when they went on a date with somebody who works at MSNBC, and he's essentially saying MSNBC is doing whatever we can to make sure Kamala wins this election. And that's our objective. That is our initiative. And he's saying this thinking he's on a date with somebody who is so clearly a journalist, but he's laying out their entire playbook and saying they're trying to paint her in the best light. The media does not care. And that photo of Kamala Harris, like this photo of Kamala Harris, it's just so indicative of where we are today. Of just gaslighting, lying to you, trying to paint a picture that is not at all what you are experiencing as an American citizen, but still like putting the lie out into the world and expecting you to believe it. If y'all think headphones are plugged into that phone, I don't know what to tell you. If you think they're not misusing your money, I don't know what to tell you. If you think they care about Americans first, I don't know what to tell you. This photo totally sums up everything that this administration is. I'm ashamed to share the 5 letters of my name with Kamala Harris. And it's just unfortunate that this is where we are. We're going to get into your super chats and hear from you guys. You guys have been very active in the chat today. So there's a lot to hear.
Yeah, we had a couple trolls active as well.
Did we?
But you guys handled them with great aplomb, as Andrew Bernard would say. Okay, let's get into these. Wow, there's a lot. I'm having to keep scrolling. Okay, Daniel Santana was our first one today, who said, "Hello, hope all is good." It's we're speaking truth. That's making us feel better, but it's not great for people who are suffering from that hurricane right now.
Yeah.
Renee says, "Thank you for speaking on this. My family is there. The media is lying about the numbers. There's still no service. FEMA is screwing everything up."
Yeah, I mean, sometimes bureaucracy is not the best means of getting things done. I don't know what the numbers are going to be. Of course, like all of this is alleged, right? I'm listening to people online who claim to be in an impacted area and are saying the numbers are far higher. That lady who I talked about who overheard some FEMA employees speaking, she alleges that the FEMA employees at the airport said, whatever the number is out there, tack on a couple of zeros. So I don't know. That could be a dramatic characterization of what's going on. And the issue is that we don't know. The issue is that we're having to like string together stories from people in different parts of the United States who are alleging certain things and trying to figure out where the pieces fit together and where, the facts align, and then giving that to you guys. There should be more coverage.
100%. And you mentioned equity in this chat. I pulled this up earlier. On the FEMA website, they have their strategic plan. It says the goals and objectives laid out in the 2022 to 2026 strategic plan will help ensure success for our agency. And they have a little list here. 3 bold, ambitious goals to meet this challenge. 1, instill equity as a foundation of emergency management. 2, lead the whole of community in climate resilience. And 3, promote and sustain a ready FEMA and prepared nation. Well, they failed at 3, and I can't help but think that it might have something to do with 1 and 2 being in front of them.
Mm-hmm.
But we did get a $50 super chat here. So skipping to the front of the line is Sun Sumi, who says the media mines misery to keep Democrats in power. The fact that the Democrats caused the misery in the first place is ignored.
Yeah, it does seem that way, at least in this case, which I do see some like crazy people. Who is it that I saw? The Republican. What's her name? She's one of the crazy ones. The blonde. Marjorie Taylor Greene. She tweeted out, "They control the weather," which is just, you're nuts. You're nuts. And you must be dealt with. She must be dealt with.
Right to jail.
Right to jail.
All right. Let's keep going with this. Troy News says FEMA funds furnished Maine apartments where migrants are getting up to 2 years of free rent and utilities. They get minimum wage jobs and are subsidized for everything else. Harris Wells 2024.
Yeah, that does seem to be what's happening. Shout out to Savannah Hernandez for her reporting on that, and shout out to everybody else who's on the ground gathering those details. There's people in New York doing it, and there's many videos. We had compiled some of those videos, but it's just for the sake of time. just tell you that it's happening.
A lot to get through.
Yeah.
But yeah, Charlie, that was a prescient super chat because I think he mentioned that before you pulled up the video. So we're on the same wavelength. Great minds. Timothy W. says, Governor DeSantis' action shows that good and efficient governance is possible. I'm glad to live in Florida knowing that help will come. Prayers to victims.
Yeah. Florida seems to be the lucky one in this case. Although I'm sure.
Yeah, they were hit, but he was prepared and Florida gets a lot of hurricanes, so of course they're going to have more infrastructure and be more ready than somewhere like Eastern or Western North Carolina. But still, it shows that he can handle business, and he is, as I understood, sending Florida resources to other states to help with disaster relief. So, it's good governance, man.
You're not right now, Jaleel. We have a whole week of free school now.
I am usually Minnesota nice, but the extreme idiocy between Biden and Harris, I'm at the point where if I become president, the Democrats are also getting deported as well. Just
I won't deport the Democrats, but I do have issues with them. I do have lots of critiques of their actions, most definitely.
Girl, give it here.
Deport everybody. Delia Gergi says, first super chat here. You're the most beautiful, intelligent, and rational person I've ever seen on the socio-political commentary landscape. Keep doing this amazing work.
Thank you. That is so kind. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'll tack this onto this.
Hey man, let's see
right now. Attempting to actually the keys.
Okay, this is just them talking, but now I got a video sent to me by my bestie that she want me to share. So here we go.
We are in Asheville, North Carolina right now. And yes, the floods are exactly as bad as what it looks like on TV.
Calm down.
We ended up having to evacuate the campground that we were at the other day. Came here to a parking lot. So we got the rig out. That campground did flood. Pretty much all of the ones around here that I know of did. It's really, really bad around here. Flooding is horrendous. You can't come into the town. You can't leave the town. There's no power. You can't get gas. There is no place to get water. So we're kind of stuck here and just trying to get by the best we can. I'm going to add some videos at the end of this so you can kind of see what the flooding has been like here.
Look at that house. All right.
This is the road to Ingalls right here. We are in Asheville, North Carolina right now.
Okay, that was one. Let's see. We got another one. Go another one.
Here, she came in the line and she only had like $2.
I know I'm sugar bean. I already know, Brandon.
So everybody was, she cut in front of everybody, but you got to understand that, but you don't know what her circumstances are. So I gave her 85 cents to go with what she had, and maybe that'll help get her enough to get home. Here, she came in the line and she only had like $2 to get her gas, and she was forced to get home. So everybody was, she cut in front of everybody, but you got to understand that, but you don't know what her circumstances are. So I gave her 85 cents to go with what she had, and maybe that'll help get her enough to get home. Here, she came in.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Mama, we didn't serve you a sugar cookie.
Wow.
That was shallow. We had sugar.
$2.
For the sugar. Mama, look, we ate all the caramel cookies.
And the fact that we can't even help each other. Oh. Guess who's live? Candace is live. Another explosive Kamala Heritage lie. Y'all know I can't wait to watch it. I can't wait to watch it. But until we can watch that, here's one we can. That wasn't even funny, but...
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now live is the great Nick Sotor in Asheville, North Carolina.
This is why I love
Nick
Benny.
is, of course, going to be on what looks like a mobile device. Nick, can you hear us?
I can hear you loud and clear. I'm sorry. We're kind of in the middle of a disaster zone out here.
Prayers for your son,
a little bit difficult to be stable, and you're probably going to hear a lot of background noise.
Down there helping.
People working at this point. But you don't see any government employees, though, I'll tell you that. I'll tell you right now, Benny. I mean, that guy is spot on. I mean, I haven't seen a single FEMA truck. I haven't seen a single FEMA employee. I don't know where these people are. They keep saying, every time I post about it, I get yelled at. Well, Joe Biden says that he signed a disaster declaration. It's like, what is that? Okay, he signed a piece of paper. What does that mean? Because the video that you're showing right there on the screen, this is us. This is what we were doing. We came here. We reconnected first responders, and the first day that we came here, I took my personal Starlink, the one that I'm using right now to actually do this broadcast, and I gave it.
Why they keep unconnecting and reconnecting my live YouTube? You better be sharing it with thousands of more people.
Priority when it comes to cell phone connections and such, and even that didn't work. And
we see you blocking my live.
We're doing nothing to help mitigate that issue. And so I'm telling you right now,
no reason it should have reconnected.
This cost lives just because they didn't want to deploy these Starlinks in the beginning. They didn't want to give Elon Musk any sort of the credit. And I genuinely believe that. The last thing Joe Biden and the Democrat governor here in North Carolina wanted to do was give Elon Musk the credit for reconnecting the people out here, and it cost innocent lives, Benny.
Right. This is a level of government cruelty that I didn't even know our government was capable of. I think this is blackpilling a lot of people. Are they still finding bodies there, Nick?
Y'all as blacks.
Yeah, absolutely. They're still finding bodies here, and we don't actually know the real count for multiple reasons. First of all, they don't want you to know the real count, and secondly, some of the places that are still recovering bodies as well that are way out in the mountains, they still don't have any sort of connectivity. Their radios don't work. And so, when we were sitting up there in some of these small mountain towns, you have all of these police officers that are, as we're convoying to get there, they're trying to get as close to our car as possible so that they can use my Starlink that's sitting in the dashboard so that they can communicate with each other. I mean, this is a joke of a response. And, I don't even know what we're paying taxes for at this point, Benny. It's like, this seems to be the most basic responsibility that government is supposed to have is in, situations like this. But they're nowhere to be found. It's like they wouldn't be here if it weren't for us calling them out on X. Because when I first got here, the mainstream media wasn't even talking about the fact that half the town of Asheville was gone, or that pretty much the entire region was off the grid. They didn't care. They only started caring when we started calling them out on X and saying, the outrage that came when I showed, proof that first responders didn't have any communication. They're standing all around, 10 of them at a time using Starlink at a hotel because, they weren't allowed to have it.
So as we witness some of the firsthand interviews in Asheville and in Western North Carolina, we hear people say that the government has abandoned me and I'm a Commonwealth voter, and they've given us nothing. They've done nothing. They've activated nothing. The 82nd Airborne is based out of North Carolina. And
hey, don't run
no one has done anything for these people. Is this what you've seen on the ground? And second part of the question, have you seen any government
that lost their houses?
My live disconnected.
My
live disconnected.
It didn't go.
Wait a minute, y'all. I didn't know my live disconnected. I'm trying to get that. So I don't know how much y'all missed.
No one has done anything for these people.
Let's go back.
Is this what you've seen on the ground? And second part of the question, have you seen any government help at all? Any government assistance at all?
So what I'm going to tell you is, so part of Asheville is, and you can look at a map of the entire western portion of North Carolina, and you're going to see that Asheville is the only blue dot within that entire western region. And so a lot of the people that you meet in Asheville are Kamala voters or do support Joe Biden, and they absolutely do feel abandoned. I was surprised at the reaction, actually, that I was getting out of them, where it's like they finally woke up and were like, wow, these people do actually hate us. It's like they are not on our side. Especially, even the guy that was on there, that's exactly the type of language that I've been hearing. And the place that I'm staying,
I should have ended this live and started another. This cool. I am with my other phone
area,
in a
like the most liberal area. Pretty much everybody there that works there is
this
liberal.
one not
They
gonna
know who I am.
Right.
They know what I'm posting, and they're on my side. They've become like really close friends with me at this point because they're backing this. They want it called out. And Kamala's saying that she's going to give $750. That $750, I don't know if you remember, Benny, but when we were on Maui, we did this reporting from Maui as well. When they got $700, only
calm down.
that lost their houses. It didn't go to like people that are, that lost their cars or their houses were damaged or they lost their jobs and stuff because of the economic disaster that's now going on here. That is for a very small amount of people. And there are a lot of people that are asking me now, like, they're like, what do I do? Like, do I move out of the town? Like, are we going to get tourism back here? Because, some of the big tourist spots are gone. Those people aren't going to get any assistance at all. They can't even apply for it right now because of the fact that they don't know whether or not their house is still there. They can't get there. So they can't tell FEMA that they lost their house because they can't even get there. They don't know if it's there or not. So they're just suffering. I mean, they're living on, whatever was in their checking accounts at the time. That's it. That's all they got.
So they are impoverishing these people, not helping them, and then leaving them effectively to die. Our sources say that they'll be pulling bodies out of the mud for months and that the death toll will be closer to 1,000. Right now, it's in the 200 range. Is that what you're seeing on the ground?
I 100% agree with that assessment. It seems at this point that they are not prioritizing recovering bodies at this point. We're 7 days in, Benny, and we're in a search and rescue mode still. They still haven't been able to search all of the areas because we don't have the assets here. We still don't have the manpower to come and look, we should have the manpower here. As you were talking about, I believe it was the 18th Airborne, not too far away. Not too far away from him. How come we can have, the Tennessee National Guard, I don't know if you heard this story, where they actually, they deployed to Kuwait. So Eastern Tennessee was hard hit as well. And they didn't delay that deployment. They could have delayed that deployment. The disaster happened 2 days before they ended up deploying at the behest of the Kamala Biden regime. And they went ahead and sent them anyway. And so they still don't have any water over there. They don't have enough people to complete search and rescue. That's why you have private individuals doing these search and rescue missions. Because you can't, the government's just not here. You don't see the federal government very much. You see, why don't we send in, we have a massive military, right? Not even just National Guard troops. We have, actual troops. Why aren't they here? Why
they went to Katrina. They were deployed to Katrina. We went and looked through the Getty archives last night. There's a ton of photos of the 82nd Airborne and the American military in Katrina assisting. But those are Democrat voters, which I guess is my next question to you. This is an overwhelmingly Trump-supporting
Janelle, y'all go to the room, please.
Swing counties in a swing state, and the Machiavellian take on all this is that they don't want these people to vote, and they don't want these people to be able to be functional. They want chaos and disaster and dependency on this population ahead of an election that's going to be decided by razor-thin margins. Do you see that? I mean, do you sense any of that on the ground?
Yeah, and so I've had a lot of people asking me, like, hey, people that have been displaced, people that have lost their houses and stuff, they're terrified that they're not going to be able to vote, and that this election is going to be taken from them based on that. right? If they're not allowed back in their towns, if they don't have a mailing address, so they can't like do a mail-in ballot, they're stuck and they're lost, and they're not getting any assistance from the federal government to move things along quicker. The state government can only handle so much here, man. I mean, it's not. The federal government has a hell of a lot more disaster-related assets than the state government is ever going to have. You have other states that are coming in here: Vermont search and rescue, Maine search and rescue. I mean, states as far away from. I have seen more presence here from Texas and Florida than even North Carolina, but definitely more than the feds. It's crazy. But if you were to bring in those assets, they would be able to speed things up here. But it's almost like they're intentionally slow walking it. And I can't help but notice that. And people here are starting to really sound the alarm on that too. Because it's like, it's either criminal stupidity or they're doing it intentionally. Those are the only two options here.
Well, you began this, Nick, by saying that they refuse to give Elon Musk any credit when he's the one saving lives right now. Yep. And this, of course, then must be colored politically. If you are going to deny life-saving equipment and technology from one of the most sophisticated and accomplished individuals of our time just because you don't agree with their politics, well, then you're just criminally dismissive and wishing death upon your fellow Americans for political purposes, which is the best that we can assume here. And I want to ask you this question because you're one of the few people that would actually be able to talk about it authoritatively. Many say, and my contention here is that it's so close to the election that they really don't want these people to vote. That's what I believe. I do truly believe that. However, there's a greater pattern here. There's not a ton of Trump-supporting Republicans in Lahaina, in Maui, and they were perfectly happy to let those people burn alive. In fact, the federal government told them to stay in their homes as they burned. And the only ones who survived were the ones who had just disobeyed the federal government. You were one of the only reporters in the country that went there and truly embedded there. Can you talk about the similarities between the Maui fires and disaster and what you're seeing today in Asheville?
Yeah, and so it's the same sort of, at a minimum, there's a massive cover-up going on out here. That's at a very minimum, and that was true on Maui as well, where they don't want, it doesn't matter at that point. They're never going to lose, and I say this very genuinely. They are never going to lose Hawaii. They're never going to lose Maui. The Democrats will always have them. They have them in a stranglehold, and they know that. So they really don't care about them. They just don't. But the PR, the bad PR that comes out of that for the regime, that's what they're worried about. That's what they truly don't want to come out. They don't want it to be exposed that this is a hugely mismanaged disaster, and that the death count's going to go way up. They don't want it to show that that individuals like myself and some other organizations are the ones that are reconnecting emergency operations centers. How is the government not doing that? I mean, you look at all the helicopters, all the privately owned helicopters that are dropping off supplies. We've been working with them. I've been handing them off Starlink, and they've been airdropping them in some of these areas where they're still, even to this day, are disconnected. They still haven't regained any connection. FEMA says that they're handing out Starlinks, Betty. I haven't found a single one, not one. And funny enough, Joe Biden tweeted, yesterday, talking about how he had reconnected North Carolina here, a small town north of Asheville. And I got an angry text message from the fire chief of North Canton saying, calling Joe Biden a jackass and saying he's lying again. You set it up. You and your Wonder team set it up, and they're lying about it. They're taking credit for it, and he is pissed. He is absolutely pissed because, the federal government, FEMA, and the Biden-Kamala regime are taking credit for what us private citizens are doing out here. It's shameful. And, I'm not out here for credit, man. That's not what I'm doing out here. I haven't tweeted much over the past few days because I've been focused on what's going on the ground. Okay, it's not about the credit, but it's all about the credit for the Biden-Kamala regime. That's all they care about. All they care about. They don't care about you. They don't care about me. They don't care about anybody here, regardless of how they vote. It's all about them.
Sorry, y'all. They fighting over the remote. I'm good.
The administration has told the subservient press corps at the White House. Perhaps you saw yesterday, Joe Biden said, "What storm?" I'm sure perhaps you saw that when you were back at your hotel room. What storm, Joe Biden said. He didn't even know what they were talking about. Kamala Harris up with $750 for people that won't even pay a month of rent. What is the biggest lie that you've seen from the regime since you've been on the ground here?
Saying that they have no more resources to give. That's BS. Utter BS. What resources are here? I don't see them. They're not here. So how do you not have any more resources to give? Where are they? Where are they? I know they're spending, they've spent over the past couple of years, like $2 billion on illegals out of the FEMA budget. But I don't understand. It's like the power of the federal government. There's no reason that Joe Biden can't deploy federal troops here. I don't understand. There's such a shortage of manpower, Benny. You have no idea. I can't express to you how light the presence of any government is here. The vast majority of people that aren't, directly from these local small towns here are private. No action, and people see that. All walks of life, left and right.
So she did hit him with some hard.
Everything they can, and they have no more resources to give. That's BS. Absolute BS. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it.
I just want to get this one more time. You have seen no federal assistance. You've been on the ground for a week. Is that correct?
Yeah, I've been on the ground for a week. The only there's a
that do hurt.
So you have, in terms of federal assistance, the most that I've seen and I don't exactly know who's operating some of the Chinooks that are here. I believe they're National Guard, but there are not federal troops that are on the ground here. They're just not here. You have, and honestly, you don't see very many National Guard troops either. But I do know that they are operating, especially Florida. Florida's National Guard brought a decent amount of assets, but not nearly enough. I mean, they don't have a full army, right? So, but when it comes to I have a single FEMA asset, not even one time, and I have traveled thousands of miles here over the past 7 days, and through small towns everywhere, not seen a single FEMA asset. No FEMA aid to any of these guys. And I pretty much ask them every time I get to a fire station. I talk to the fire chief because I don't just drop the Starlinks and leave. I actually set them up and help them use them. And so I get the opportunity to talk to them a little bit. And they're all pissed off at the same thing. They're not getting any help. Not getting any help from FEMA or the federal government, and not really any from the state government either. But out of the federal government, that's what I expect them to do. That's what I expect their role to be.
Nick, this show will be happy to cover the expense of as many Starlings as you want. So you just let us know. The chat right now is begging. How can they help you? I want to give you a chance to close. What's the best way to help Nick? Obviously, follow him. We'll put up your X account. What else?
This is how you can help.
There's a Cash App and a Venmo in my X bio, but other than that, I haven't been. I don't have like a Give, Send, Go or anything. I've been more focused on the ground effort out here. But yeah, I think so. And SORTOR. That's the one I know about my head. Okay. I appreciate it.
This is Nick's profile right here. Nick Sortor, 550,000 followers. You can see there in the link tree where you could potentially help Nick, or if you just want to help him, follow him. Make sure that Nick gets to 1 million subs so he can tell the world what's really happening. We need to grow our capacity to engage in the information war. And Nick is one of the greatest mercenaries of that war. God bless you, sir.
Thank you very much, Benny. Appreciate you.
All right, y'all. So we're going to end that right there because I'm trying to go see what Candace has found out, which it seemed like she's found out that Beryl was no kin to Donald, but worked for him.
It is my view today that Kamala Harris comes from a long line of wealthy slave owners who have turned into communist leaders with the explicit goal of